staring at the puppy. Check the stream and make sure the
She's so
sound
big.
is okay.
Did you see how big she is?
And Thor, I'm gonna have to pull out of your chat now.
Oh no!
See you in a bit.
Oh my.
That is a big puppy.
All right.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
I sound great.
You sound great.
You sound great.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, then I'm gonna use the restroom, and I think we're gonna start on time. This will be amazing.
Gasp.
Gasp.
Never
Yeah.
before have we started a session on time.
How dare we start this new thing? All right. Okay, one sec.
Goodbye.
Is Jared gonna be on camera or no?
Jared's on camera. Jared's on camera. Okay. All right, Hefe. Yeah. It's not like the sexiest thing, but that's okay.
All right. So, Jared, camera, no camera?
His camera's on, Hefe. I told you as you were
Oh.
walking away.
Well,
I'm looking at him right now. He's looking
As-
at you like you're stupid.
as I was walking away, I didn't have my headset on anymore.
He's flipping you
obviously.
off right now.
Okay, I don't buy that for a second.
He says he hates you. Oh my god. Can you not hear him either?
Right.
Sorry, Jared. That was bullying Jared. I didn't mean to do that. Jake, can I buy this hoodie?
There, now I can see Jer. All right.
Yay.
Yay! We will do a light recap once Chris gets back to the chair. And then we will let you guys start. Oh, speak of the devil.
Hi. I'm here, sorry.
No, you're all good. Okay, so I'm going to do a light recap from last session since it was a little while ago, thanks to Mark and his emergency surgery. But he looks well and ready to go now, so we're all good there. Thanks to
Chris saw the
hospital
staples.
folks.
It was legit.
It was legit. It wasn't faked. You didn't fake surgery to get out of D&D for the night,
I would have been there.
right?
Liar.
Chris would have shown. All right, so last session, the group picked up to try to catch up with Apollo on his quest to continue to become an exalted. You went to the Darmalanth, and there you met Chief Somo again, and he sent you on your way up the river in Apollo's trail. You guys caught up to Apollo when you got to the Drugar's encampment, their little village of water-type people, we'll call it. Again, that was awkward as you met a couple of new characters. Maybe even interacted well with them, and then during the night of your second night of stay, one of the Dar Drugar Lotto was killed because he left because of a fight that may or may not have been caused by you guys trying to push a family to do what they were supposed to do anyway. So again, not necessarily your faults, but you were involved in the scenario.
You can blame me. That's fine.
I'm-
Just
I'm-
blame me.
Not blaming anybody. I'm putting it out there for anybody that
Oh,
needs a
just blame
catch
the
up.
cleric. It's fine.
You track down the beast that killed Lotto and managed to
right.
slay the lion. And you saved Gertrude in the process, thanks to some brave man up tanking from Nidavellir. No, not Nidavellir. I'm saying the name of the server.
Tilvelar.
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 It's so
It's
close.
a cool name, though.
Yeah. Anyway, the heroics there got you back to town. Apollo was healed and decided not to join you to go up to the water because Lily was not ready yet. So he and Lily went back to his area to entertain her, now named the champion by her father, to partake in the water, and then they would come back. You guys chose not to wait for them and climbed the cliffside and encountered the raven swarms, beat them down after some rope tying, untying, tying, and moved on to where the tree was that has been contaminating that portion of the river. You fought a mummy, or at least you think it was a mummy. Again, it was resistant to healing bursts and positive energy. For all you know, it should have taken damage from that. Upon its defeat, three of you drank the water and then had to go look for your fourth compatriot, who I believe came back later and drank the water. But I was going to, for the start of this session, in case there needed to be any role playing before we start officially this next session, which is very role play heavy, a chance or an opportunity for you guys to role play some of that trip home if it needs to be done. If it does not, I will absolutely carry forward. I just don't want to take the opportunity away for anybody to converse on what happened at the end of the last session.
Well, having been unable to find Alagos, Tilvelar will want to go back to the tree and search the area, see if there's any remains of any other Dar that may have tried to drink from the water, and also search the remains of the mummy to see if there's anything that can be found there. That kind of stuff.
Sure.
And I'd imagine at that point he might stumble across Alagos.
All right. Absolutely. You do definitely find some remains of several humanoid creatures around the water. They definitely look like they were from a long time ago. Anything that you see that might still be gear looks destroyed, much like you're only seeing slime and bones left on corpses. It's been dozens of years since anybody's tried. The mummy had no material and literally didn't exist after you killed it. A few seconds later, much like the water and the blackness receding, the mummy faded into nothingness after just a short few rounds.
Kind of blanks. Alagos?
Stand up from the edge of the water. Tilvelar. Walk towards him.
He looks really confused. Did you trip?
Manner of speaking, I suppose I did.
Are you okay? Was there another? Are you all right?
I'm fine, my friend. I needed a few minutes to sort some things out. I'm sorry that I came at such an inopportune time.
Just silent for an uncomfortably long time. Well, Dudley, it's fortunate that Dudley was here. Thank you. Thank you, Dudley.
Yeah, no problem. What I'm here for.
Well, I suppose I owe all of you an apology. I was a little upset at some things I was seeing, and I guess I let it get the best of me.
No apology needed. I was frightened as well.
Oh, you are interpreting it as fear. You'd be mistaken.
Oh.
Like I said, I was frustrated. Perhaps in the future, when it comes to tactics, we should be on the same page before we charge into battle.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
And not put each other in danger because we disagree.
Yep.
I think if we could do that, we might actually see this exalted nonsense or whatever it's supposed to mean all the way through.
Well, maybe we can talk about some general tactics now.
Oh, what time of day is it, Jess?
You guys had gotten up there pretty early. I mean, it was the next morning, so I would say probably 11-ish in the afternoon. You are about 2.5 days back from town still, depending on where you choose to stop and how far you push yourselves, but just giving you kind of a awareness.
Well, it's as good a spot as any to camp. Now that the mummy's been defeated by you three, or I should say the mummy, I didn't know that. The creature that defended this place. It's actually quite beautiful.
Okay.
It's not as charming without the mummy, honestly. It had more character. Now it's just a grove.
Fair enough. I have enough food for myself for the night. I don't know if we need to spend some time hunting or not.
Oh,
I have rations if anyone's
Fresh.
in need.
fresh food is always preferable to rations. I mean, from my perspective.
All right. I can go out and try to find some stuff.
Great.
You've been such a trooper, Dudley.
All right. I will go hunt up some food.
Okay, something isn't going to happen.
So, from a tactics perspective, typically I'm going to try to simply stay behind Dudley. Seems quite effective at what he does.
Well, I think that makes two of us. I have no need to step in front of him. Magically speaking, there's not much I can do for you at this point. That will change, but
Arna, is there anything that you can do to help the party perform better in general? Or
I have been, to the best of my ability. Well, it would be helpful to me if you're going to need a protection from my god and not getting hit. It would be extremely beneficial if you stayed nearby so I could cast a Shield of Faith spell on you. But if that's out of the realm of possibility, beyond not that, there's not a ton I can do. I can provide some very rudimentary guidance, but that must be recast. And the bonus is not spectacular.
the Shield of Faith, I think, has been very helpful.
I've been trying to give it as often as possible, but many of you are out of my grasp.
So perhaps in the future, a small delay might be in order before our frontliners go charging off.
Perhaps. I'm not going to tell you all how to fight, though.
Of course not.
I'm just here to keep you alive until I can't anymore.
Tilvelar, why don't you hold back next combat and let her protect you a little bit.
very well.
Just a touch.
My
I like
nature
it.
is to rush in because if I can strike first, I tend to do more damage that way. But I can see the benefit in holding back.
Well, if we're going into a situation where we know there's going to be danger ahead, I could cast it preemptively, so you could still do your rushing thing. It wouldn't be helpful, of course, on the road whenever those disgusting Chibits attack, of course, but in controlled situations, such as the mummy. Although I was low on spells yesterday, I believe. So, or today.
Well, you all seem no worse for wear. It must have been a simple fight.
Really was.
I don't know that it was simple. I think we certainly benefited from Dudley's faith.
His immunity to disease, I think, was especially helpful.
After the fact.
So his commitment to Aristil came in handy, in other words.
Indeed.
It did.
I suppose that sort of thing has its place. Well, you have seen my magical repertoire at this point. It's going to expand over time, but if there's something I can be doing better, by all means, let me know. I didn't think so. Wonderful.
I don't suppose you have a way of making me invisible just yet.
Not just yet. Maybe about half of a session, yes.
Maybe about half of a session.
I can make you smaller, which in some ways would be beneficial to you, frankly, because
Indeed.
I think your skill in combat has more to do with precision, yes?
Absolutely.
So if I make you harder to hit, your weapon
Although-
itself might not do quite as much damage, but your precision will still do the same.
Although okay, so mechanically, how would that affect my reach?
It would take it away.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
5-foot reach.
Well, in some situations that might be fantastic. I think it would take away one of my main strategies in fighting from a distance.
Hmm.
Jared's contemplating, right? Because it still becomes a small reach weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Looking at your armor, I suppose I could give you better armor than what you're wearing temporarily
That would certainly be
for
helpful.
a few
isn't
hours.
much. This isn't much.
No, it's definitely not a +4.
Changing from medium to small does nothing to reach.
Okay.
Right,
Cool.
because the weapon, even though it shrinks, is still a reach weapon for a small creature.
Good looking out, Jer. So you get a +2 to Dex. Let's just look up reduced person.
Yep.
And we can always add that in if we haven't already, as far as a buff is concerned.
Yep.
Trying to see if I put it in here or not yet.
Do you know where my pictures are?
Oh, yeah, they're up in my basket, babe. Yep, I will add it and send you guys something out if you just decide to go that direction.
Okay.
+2 Dex. So I'm not attacking AC. Nice. So 28. 36. All right. Cool.
Before we go to sleep, I would burst one more time to get myself and Dudley and anyone else who's down anything to full.
Okay.
Wait,
So-
not what? Not.
So in the morning, I suppose we should return to the Dar Draga and let them know that their pool is now clear. Although I'd imagine they've noticed the water is.
I thought we did that
clear
already.
again.
Or did we re-roll? Did we roll that back?
We did that, I think.
Did we? Okay. Sorry, I
I-
forgot.
No, it's fine. You've been under anesthesia since we last played, so
I suppose then the question is, do we continue on upriver or do we head back to town?
Why don't we wait for Apollo and Lily? And then go up?
They may take some time to get here.
Don't know why.
Well, they seemed very comfortable with each other. They might delay for other reasons.
Maybe. Apollo seems like a pretty driven guy, though.
I don't know that I would use the word driven to describe Apollo. It's interesting.
Oh, men can also be driven to other things in the face of affection.
Oh, I clearly have no idea what you're speaking about.
No, not you, of course, Aligo.
She's talking about sex.
I was, Dudley.
Dudley, when that comes out of your mouth, it just doesn't have the same ring to it as when it comes out of other people's mouths.
It's profoundly unsexy.
Perhaps if I have children someday, you can speak to them about that. So you scare the living hell out of them so they never do it.
Okay. I'll do it from a distance, though. It helps people be afraid around me.
So what's our path?
Well, it sounds like we have nothing holding us back from going back to Serenity. Unless I missed something.
And I think he's asking if we want to continue down the Exalted path currently before checking in at home.
Do we know where we go to next?
Ladar Drog said that each of the points is on the river.
That is absolutely correct.
And I'd imagine they could direct us to the next one.
Fair enough. So back to the Dardruga's camp. All right, that sounds like the plan then.
All right. So, I know you gathered food and ate at least while all this
Had some
conversation was going on, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're making our way back down to the Dardruga.
Yep.
Okay.
The reduced person is already in the macros, guys. So feel free to add it if you want it.
Mm-hmm.
Just scroll up a little bit.
Oh, I already have it. Cool.
Cool. Is that something you want me to prepare, Mark, or?
Yeah. I mean, it can't hurt, you know?
Well, it could, but definitely give it a try.
Checking on something.
Okay.
All right. Anything specifically you want to do when you visit the Dardruga?
It sounds like we're going to be asking some advice as far as the Exalted path is concerned.
Yeah, how the distance to travel to the next pool or whatever.
Well, Chief Grotto will welcome you back. He also implicitly thanks you. Apologizes specifically to Tilvelar and Alagos for questioning your bravery and capabilities. Since you did manage to clear the water and it is now clear and that helps his people. He seems honestly forgiving of the fact that he questioned that you could do it. If you ask him questions about the next point, he will say that he has never been there. As he mentioned, it is up the river, but it is past the water temple itself. So it is a travel much farther north.
Do you know how far?
Since I haven't been there, I would call it several days' journey. 4 or 5 at least. From here, it's about 1 to the water temple, so you're looking at 3 or 4 after that.
Well, do we have any pressing matters to call us back to Serenity?
Not that I'm
Well,
aware of.
You did not check in, Alago, so you have no idea before you left. But for both Dudley and Herna, you know that there were diplomatic negotiations being set up before you left that involved inviting the Darmalanth, the Mergans, the Visanoetans, and what we are calling now, because I had to make up a name for it, because calling them the Forgotten Ones over and over again doesn't seem like an actual race name. Hold on, scrolling down. I'm up to fucking 40 pages now, so this is... where are my girls?
Well, it sounds like we have to go home then.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not mandatory. Just letting you know that they know there were activities coming up within the time by the time you'd get home.
I suspect the negotiations would go better with us present, considering how many fires we've pulled these people out of in recent days.
I suppose we are necessary to their well-being, aren't we?
A reminder of our altruism can't hurt.
Right?
Seems fair.
That's me, altruistic through and through.
Altruistic through.
How long was the travel time to the temple from Serenity?
1 day. Oh, from here?
From Serenity.
From Serenity, I believe you traveled 2 days.
Okay,
To the
so
edge of the
it'd still
forest
be,
and then another day.
so it would be still okay. So I'm trying to figure out if it would be faster to go to the water temple and then back to Serenity, or just retrace the way we came to get back to Serenity at this point.
So to follow the river, you went more to the east, east/northeast, somewhat through the forest, and then back out again at the top of the forest, following the river north.
Mhm.
You would have to go northwest more to get to the temple, or straight down, skipping the forest, which is what makes the travel a little faster because you pick up on pieces of Myrna's road.
All right, and we'll just take the quickest route back, I guess.
Okay.
So do we have an idea of exactly when this thing starts?
You do not, because you don't know when the messengers were sent. You only knew that was brewing as you were leaving, as you were given permission to leave.
Or commanded, as the case may be.
Wow,
Right.
First one to mention it. Yeah, you almost feel commanded to do so. Well, Tilvelar absolutely was commanded to go on a snap.
He was.
It was a little uncomfy.
And it's the Phaescon, is what I'm calling the ladies now, which are the Forgotten Ones. Phaescon.
Chief Grotto, would you be able to perhaps provide us with some food for our trip home? We seem to be a little low.
He is more than happy to.
Oh, that's right. Hold on. No.
You didn't eat any.
I didn't eat any of that.
No.
As soon as I say it, I go, okay, Dudley, I said it's the polite thing to do. Maybe you could just keep hunting, though, on the way home.
Sure. I got you covered.
I love that you forgot that and then asked him. Hey, bro, can we get some of your food? No problem.
Hey, it's the polite thing to do.
Yeah.
Great, Chief. What Alagos meant to say is that we're having a feast of various peoples that we have met in this new world at our village, and we would very much like for you to come and join us. That's what he meant to say, right, Alagos?
Sure.
There you go.
I mean, thank you for the offer. I don't know how to get to your village, but I cannot leave in a short notice. We
Understood.
we still have a lot going on, and my affairs are not in order since Lily has left. Gertrude is still having
Gertrude.
issues, yes, and with Lotto no longer here, I have much work to do. But I would love to come to your city or town, whatever you're calling it now, and participate with your people and maybe show my people. I also think we need to make a trip to see the rest of the Darmolanth since it has been so long.
We will send for you then, perhaps.
You know where we are now, and we will receive your delegates.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're going.
All right.
Tally ho.
All right. It takes you 2 days to get back to town. You are received immediately when you get back. Almost if like you were out too long on your rampant adventures, and now you're urgently needed. You are sat down in the tavern.
Are we in
Here
trouble?
we are in
You
the
are
tavern
not.
again.
Am I in trouble?
No,
Herna,
no.
shh.
You just there's urgent people are arriving tomorrow. Ethelfred sits you down and goes over the instructions for what he needs for you to do. Tomorrow we'll be receiving 4 delegations of people. Goes over the whole thing. The Visinoetans are sending an entourage, an envoy, so to speak. The Murgons are sending an envoy. The Phaescons are sending an envoy, and so are the Dalmerlant. That was all 4 I mentioned. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We'd like for you to tour them around town, except you, Alagos. The rest of you, should decide which ones you're escorting. And on the first day they're being received, they're coming at different times, so we're not actually doing any of the official diplomatic meetings that day. I'd love for you guys to be able to take them around, tour the community, answer any questions they may have, make them feel comfortable. At the end of that tour, when they're done looking around, before they've tired out, you're going to bring them back to the Mergen Inn. There's going to be a little get together there. We've booked the inn so that there are no townsfolk allowed for the entire stay for these people, but we'll be getting them all together in the inn to celebrate, to meet with people, to meet with each other, and to kind of set off the opening ceremonies the next day by allowing them to just relax.
Who's telling us this, Jesse?
Ethelfred.
Ethelbert, okay.
Okay. So that's what you need to do.
That was kind of rude.
I start to get up. Well, if I'm not needed then. And start to walk out. Unless he says, stops me.
That was really rude. What you just said to him? I don't know if I want to help you. That was rude.
What was rude?
Just
Seemed like it makes sense to me.
I don't know if I want to perform a task that my friend Alagos isn't also welcome in.
You could certainly take your friend Alagos with you as long as you're the one that is escorting the group. That's fine.
Great,
for me.
I'll take Alagos with me. Alagos, come back!
Do you come outside?
Yeah. Don't worry, buddy, come on. You're gonna be a part of this.
I was really okay with not being a part of it.
No, don't be silly. I'm gonna let you be a part of this. He was rude to you. Honestly, I think he owes you an apology.
Perhaps. I mean,
Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Let's go. Do we buy drinks here?
I won't turn down a drink from the lady then. Absolutely. Lead the way.
I go back and sit down and order a drinks.
Okay.
Who wants to take which group?
I'm good with everybody.
I'm with Herna.
I'd like to take the Vicinoetans because the rest of you seem a little bit off-put by them, and I like them. So
I'm not off-put at all by the Vicinoetans. As a matter of fact, I made a friend in their ranks.
That is
Good.
100% true.
no, that's good. You just seemed a little suspicious of them the first night we were there, but I understand that probably carries over from the homeland.
Will
And
Will Durst be among that group, you think?
Probably.
You sure you want me to come along?
I think you should mend things with Durst.
All right.
well, then I suppose I'll take the Murgons. The phase cons I'm not comfortable with.
Really?
Okay. Well, I can do the other two, I guess.
Well, I can show the Darmalampa around as well if you want to do the phase cons,
No.
Dudley.
Ethelfred announces that he'll be picking up whoever isn't taken without worry.
I'll do the Dar then. Yep, the Dar. We've jammed. It's good.
So nobody's taking the beautiful women. Got it. Okay. Just making sure.
They're the
take
face
my
cons,
memory
is that
and-
correct?
Yeah. Technically,
little
the race is called the Forgotten Ones, but saying
Right,
the
we'll call them
Forgotten
face
Ones,
con.
yeah.
Mhm.
And maybe we'll come up with something more clever. I'm open. I literally created it today. I was like, God, I think calling them the Forgotten Ones over and over again is just stupid. But that's me. I don't know. So yeah.
You know what? In hindsight, I'll take the hot chicks.
You'll take the hot
Definitely
chicks?
seems like it's up your alley, Tilvelar.
Well,
It's up something.
I'm not. I don't fancy people mucking about in my mind. But I'm charming. Hopefully, we can avoid that outcome.
Aren't elves resistant to that sort of thing?
Of course, but resistant is not immune.
That's true.
Good to know.
Okay. All right. So that leaves the Murgons for Ethelfred. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can have the fish people.
We already got rewards from them. I don't.
Oh, I'm still reading my books. I'm committed.
Committed. All right. Then once that is set up, he thanks you for your services, and they'll be arriving tomorrow. So you're basically hanging out town gates, waiting for people to show up tomorrow. That is the plan. All right. Well, then you are back in town. Is there anything anybody'd like to do tonight before they're waiting at the gate tomorrow for their tour?
My ugly haircut.
Yeah, I'll be sending a message to Trisha at some point this evening to meet me
Excellent.
at my house that Tilvelar made for me
Okay.
sometime in the middle of the night.
All right. Also, Ethelfred would have passed out itinerary to you. I'm not sure if anybody cares enough to read it.
I do.
Okay. Are you reading it to the table, or are you reading it for yourself?
I would be reading it to the table in painstaking detail until someone just told me to stop. Organization and rules and like having a set plan is very important.
Yeah, no, and it looks like Dudley literally rolled into. I'd love to hear it. All right, so on day one you have the tour and the small get together function that was mentioned to you. On day two, there are separate interactions amongst the diplomats before any official negotiations start. Essentially, that's a chance for them to negotiate before negotiations. On day three, they are in negotiations officially, so the people that are coming for the negotiations themselves will no longer be available to you guys, but from what you can tell, some of the other visitors will be your purview to keep company while they're in town. Same thing on day four. On day 5, there is a. I'm sorry. I should also mention on day 2, after the negotiations where they are allowed to talk with each other, but not the formal sit down with all the groups in the room at the same time. There is a formal dinner for them all to sit at table and talk. You guys are invited to that, so you're on the list. Day 5. There is a dance after the official ending of negotiations on day 5. So there is an evening's celebration ceremony that involves a dance. And on day 6, they depart in the morning.
Alright.
So that is what the itinerary looks like.
Okay.
All right. And so Trisha absolutely will meet up with you however you'd like, Alagos.
Have I
Can
heard
we,
anything from Dock Worker Lawrence? Or like, sorry,
You
go
have-
ahead, Chris. I'll wait.
Well, Jess, can we go to a private channel so we can roleplay this out?
Absolutely. How much making out do you want? And I'll see if my wife is in the other room or not. Just let me know.
Does she have a blonde wig? It'd be more fitting. Just saying.
I've got the white-haired one.
You do.
You know.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Nope, we will. I'll probably throw a little journal together.
Awesome. Okay. Chris, absolutely. At the end, she will mention to you that she knows that there's a dance coming up, and she was just wondering if maybe.
Maybe what?
I mean, if it's not too much, maybe we can go together, or I mean,
A dance?
uh-huh.
You enjoy that sort of thing?
I do. I mean,
God, it's hard. It's not easy for me to play a total dick. Okay, keep going.
I know you wanted to keep it quiet, and we have been, but this is an opportunity, for us to be, like together for a little while, and not just a, like sneak into the dark and have sex thing.
You don't want to go to a dance with me, Trisha. Let's face it. I'm not the dancing type.
All right. I get it. I get it, Alagos. I understand, and I don't want to ruin anything that we have. I get it. It's fine. Okay. All right. Okay.
Wonderful.
She gives you a kiss goodnight, and she exits, and then you can still journal about anything that you'd like to beforehand.
Oh my god,
Yeah, I know it's not easy.
that was so awkward. It's not real.
What?
I know it's not real, but I'm so.
It's like cringe.
Okay, have I heard from the dock worker? Because I'm starting to feel like this is a little one-sided, so I'm not going to reach out to him.
Oh, well, so, how do I want to put that? I mean, you're in control mostly because you're the one determining when you're in town and when you're not in town.
That's true.
But you just
But
got back to
it's
town
not
again.
like it was a surprise that we were back like right now.
Tonight.
It's like
No, it's kind of. I mean, for him, like Ethelfred, got notice and then came and gave you your instructions. Like, thank God you were here on time because we
Right,
have
but
stuff to do tomorrow.
But like he knows I'm here now. Like it was we weren't being secretive about it.
No, he probably knows you're here. Like, sometime tonight or maybe the first thing in the morning, like you get up, go to work, and you're like, oh, did you hear this so-and-so was back? Oh, no, I didn't realize. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna reach out to him. I'm not gonna be the initiator all the time. I don't think that's fair.
Why don't you go ask him to the dance? See how that
You
goes.
shouldn't.
No,
Okay.
I won't do it.
All right. Anything else anybody else would like to do for the rest of the evening?
And Tilvelar is just going to spend some time in the inn, just pressing the flesh, talking to people.
There is nobody in the inn but you 5 plus the literally like all the staff is here tonight cleaning and prepping for tomorrow. So literally it's closed as far as you're concerned. They're still serving you guys drinks because the mayor is here talking to you. But like there's literally like 12 people cleaning, scrubbing the floors, fixing the furniture, making sure everything as perfect as can be for tomorrow's start of this diplomatic event.
All right. Well, Tilvelar will pitch in and help with that however he can. Lighten that a little bit.
Absolutely. Everybody is happy to have you participate in helping you clean up. I mean, the bartender feels a little guilty, but doesn't stop you from working at all.
Dudley's gonna do the same sort of thing, except like outside. Make sure that the streets are nice and neat, and there's no trash and all that sort of thing. It's all cleaned up.
Okay, so you're like patrolling the settlement's streets to make sure everything looks good and in order. All right.
Yep,
And
because that's what a virgin would do.
Yeah.
at some point, I'll step outside and see if I can see the light of that temple.
Oh, sure. Later in the evening, absolutely in the darkness from far away, you can see the light in the temple.
Sure.
Like you would see a spotlight nowadays,
Sure.
shining off in the distance. It's just not moving. It's bright and steady.
Cool.
Okay. Anything else?
I would like to acquire some dress clothes.
That's an excellent idea. Probably too late today, but you can
Tomorrow morning,
certainly.
maybe?
Yeah, like, before the gate gets taken. Sure. Absolutely. All right, so if there's nobody else, I will fast forward to tomorrow. That sounds like a yes. Okay.
So, safe to assume, Jess, the stuff we talked about as far as what Myrna's been working on, I can pick up from her tomorrow.
I don't see any reason why not.
Okay.
Okay. So tomorrow it sounds like we're dress shopping as early as we can. Anything else for anybody else before I roll into your gates?
So at some point I'll meet up with Herna when we do our touring with this group. And I hand you a leather satchel, small one. Like, don't read into this, sweetheart. Hate to lose the person keeping us alive. And it's a silver ring of Featherfall.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you. What is this?
And if you were to get knocked off of a cliff or anything like that, you will not die. You will float down harmlessly.
Oh, well, that's really cool. Thank you. That's so generous of you. I
Oh.
thought we were getting married, and see, I was just not prepared for that.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The day's still young, but please.
Well, this is very kind of you.
You can thank Myrna, but
I will. I will thank Myrna. Actually, thank you.
I know her.
I met her.
All right. And then I guess you guys go dress shopping together.
I will get some dress clothes at some point. because-
Yeah, we'll go shopping.
Okay. You guys go shopping. You find anything that you would like to wear within reason. Keeping in mind that if Chris is with you, you're getting discounts because
Oh, that's right. 10% off.
Chris literally is the functioning diplomat of the Merchants Guild.
It's frightening.
Frightening, isn't it? So yes, shopping for whatever you'd like to pick up. We can role play through any of the shopping that you would like. I'm completely
Yes.
okay with that. Or we can move
Alagos,
on.
do you think that this emerald or this like lavender color is more flattering for my skin and my hair? Like, do you
I'm
think
a
the
little
green-
partial to emerald green.
Okay, all right. No, I was thinking the same thing. It matches my eyes better.
Lovely. I'm thinking a simple, nice white shirt and trousers, just something
Very
noble looking, I guess. Yeah.
Chris, you find some sexy, noble-looking white shirt and trousers.
Glorious.
Glorious. Chris, there's also a really nice vest that just like matches the trousers and would be over the, just you're thinking about it. You're not 100% sure. Maybe you need to ask somebody. I'm not sure, but
Herna the vest.
I think it's smart. I think it looks really good.
Yeah, we'll do the vest as well.
okay.
I agree.
Perfect. Thank you. Anything you need, sir. We'll take some measurements. We'll get it to you by the end of the day.
Wonderful. What do we owe you?
Everything together, that's going to be 3 gold and 2 silver. That's
Got it.
with your discount, of course.
Done.
Nice.
All right. So your clothes will be dropped off to you later tonight as they make adjustments and then prepare to send them to you.
And I'll spend the morning cleaning up my armor so it doesn't reek. It looks presentable.
Awesome. I think that's a great idea. Perfect. Dudley, you're the only one that doesn't have to wait by the gate. You actually have to go out to the docks because your folks are coming from. You're doing the Mergans, right? No, you're doing the Darmalant. Sorry. That's right. It's going to be Ethelfred doing the Mergans at this point. Okay, so he's not with you at the gate then. All right.
Dudley probably not going to get all clean because it's the Darmalant. They probably appreciate a little mud. So
that is fair. All right. Well then, only got 3 of you. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
All right. You can't go first. Your guy never shows up.
Oh.
Wow.
The Darmalanth do not send a representative even though they were asked to and agreed to. So Dudley, you are literally waiting at the gate all day long. Nobody shows. Ethelfred, at some point when he is touring the Mergons through, we'll say about halfway through the day, notices you and kind of gives you that glance and is like, and you shrug your shoulders and he's like, he shrugs back at you and he's like, just keep waiting. Just keep waiting. And then he continues on with his tour. You spend the entire day out there, including some of the evening, until you realize that everybody else has at this point made their way to the Mergans Inn, and that is where you will pick back up. Sorry that you chose the Darmalanth. Okay. I'm so sorry, Jer. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Next.
I'll go.
All right. Mark, you... What am I looking at? Oh, nice. Overtime. Gotta love it. Cowboys are winning in overtime. All right. Let's see. And we want to edit. In players' journals. Why? Well, that's weird. Mark J. I'm going to show this to everybody. But Mark is the one touring the group. Chris and Jeremy. All right. Did
Oh my
everybody get that?
God.
Nice.
That's not what they actually look like, but that is what they actually look like if you catch my drift. So,
Sure.
literally, Mark, 5 beautiful, well, let's call it 4. 4 beautiful women and a beautiful young girl approach the gates. You are introduced to all 5 of them. One of them is leading the group. She takes the lead and does the introductions. She is Matron Melody. She looks a little older than the rest of them. Like if you were going to call anybody old in the group, it's her, but she's still very attractive. But you can tell that she is older of them. Next introduced is Provost Amber, who is the youngest of the group. Young girl, still beautiful, but you can tell she's just barely entering her teens for a fae, which still means she's older. But she just murdered the Okay.
Damn.
Got it.
Jared.
The other 3 are what you would consider high-ranking guards or envoys of some type. They're given a official title, which is Gazan, and they are all also very beautiful. And you greet them. They greet you and do introductions, and now you're supposed to tour them through town. They would love to see the town's layout. They're very interested in your community setting. So that at least gives you an idea on where you can start.
Ladies, I greet you and I bid you fair welcome to Serenity. Truly, we are honored to receive you, and I am pleased to be your humble servant today, that I may show you about our settlement, that I might answer your questions, that I may serve as your guide, and ensure your comfort as you settle in here for this auspicious and wonderful meeting amongst all of these wonderful people.
Several of them, well, all of the Gazans at that point will giggle somewhere along the lines of "you're servicing them," all very coyly, but they'll chuckle amongst themselves. The matron and the provost seem to stay at a reasonable level of professionalism, but there were smiles likely on their face. Um, Please show us around.
Of course, of course. Is there any particular area that you'd care to see first, or shall I simply take you through as our path allows?
Um, at that, Matron Melody will say, "I would like to see your defenses to see if you're prepared to deal with some of the things that are on our land. As well, we would be very interested in seeing how your community functions. We are interested in things such as relationships, marriages, um, uh, how you propagate your civilization in general is of interest to us. At all of those, there are small giggles from the Gazans. Um,
Of course, I'm pleased to show you our defensive arrangements. If you follow me this way, and you kind of go down the side of the gate, along the wall of the city. I'm assuming at some point we can climb up to a ledge towards the top of the wall. And as you can see, we have the wall that surrounds the entire city, reinforced here. And as you look out over the plain here, we've cleared all of the area about the city so that we can see any approaching threats. It makes an approach, a secret approach, difficult. Of course, we do have some surprises out there in the plain for those who might approach unannounced and without knowledge of safe passage through the area. Of course, the road is just fine as you came in through. However, there are some defensive works hidden on other approaches that should help slow any enemy that came in force against the city. Additionally, you can see we've constructed sturdy barracks here for our soldiers. Gesturing off, to where the barracks area is. Our guards, our soldiers, they practice regularly. They are prepared to keep the settlement safe from any and all threats.
at that, Gazan Summer will ask, "Are all of your guards male?"
No, we have male and female guards.
Interesting.
We've found that females can make fantastic, tenacious, exceptionally effective warriors.
Well spoken, says Matron Melody. That they can.
And of course, given our situation, it is not in the nature of our settlement to turn away any advantage.
And would you say your people are split evenly, male and female?
I'm not sure on that, Hefe. What's the? I mean, based on my knowledge of the settlement.
Uh, Typical population, usually there's a little more women than men. So for your grouping, because you were coming as a colonization effort, I would say there's probably more men than women in this. But like if you were talking about Dravelmore in general, it would have
Sure.
been like 52-48 or whatever a natural split would be.
Here in Serenity, we do have more men than women, but that's just a function of who survived the crossing. Unfortunately, I'm sure you've heard our story and the terrible crossing that we had, and but we've made the best of it. We've made a home for ourselves, and it pleases us to welcome our friends into our home.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
As to how our society functions, and he kind of leads them on down. He leads them over to the temple. He says, this is where we worship. We've constructed several altars and alcoves to the various gods of our people. There's no one god that we all worship, and we celebrate that diversity amongst our people. As to marriage, there are many married couples here in town. There are also many single people, myself included, who if marriage is something that two people wish to embrace, then they're certainly welcome to do so. But there's no requirement for it. There's for the most part, people here in Serenity are able to follow their path to their own happiness and their own joy, and we all pull together to support the town and to ensure that we prosper here. Which, as you can see, in the short time that we've been here, we've accomplished so very much, and it's a bright future that we look forward to. As we continue to grow, continue to make friends around us.
I can see you've done quite well for yourself, says Matron Melody. At that point, Candace will chime in, touching on your marriage question. What exactly are the benefits to marriage? I don't quite understand it. We don't have anything like marriage in our society.
A marriage is a commitment. A marriage is a commitment between a man and a woman, or in some cases, two men or two women, to uphold the other above all else, to make a commitment to that person, to be there for that person, to be special for that person, and to put that person's needs over your own. And in a proper in a well-formed marriage, you'll find that you give your attention to the other person's well-being, and the other person gives their attention to your well-being, and both benefit as a result of that.
It seems like you could do that without marriage.
Well, certainly you could.
Interesting.
But some people want a more firm commitment. Some people want to ensure that they have a lifetime together with the person that they trust and love and cherish most among all people.
We appreciate your responses, Tilvelar, and we thank you. At that, unless there's anything else you'd like to share with them, your tour continues with much the same. You will notice that there is a large amount of male attention to your entourage as you pass through town, if not even a small following of onlookers as you pass through. Everyone seems lightly enthralled by your group.
Sure.
Go ahead.
He would invite all of them to, if they would like, to come train with him first thing the next morning, as he gets up at dawn and trains and dances and does his flexibility and all of that stuff. You are certainly more than welcome. You are clearly people that are used to moving, and I know I personally find great joy in my morning exercise, and would invite you to join me if you'd care to.
At that, Matron Melody will say, I will not be able to attend, but I will allow my others if they are interested, and then they ask for the location that they should meet you, and then we'll see if anybody shows.
Sure. And I'll just give a nice clear area about town somewhere where.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. All right. You end up in the Mergen's Inn later on. Literally, you roll through probably about 3 hours later. The others are no longer there. Somewhere along the lines, you passed Ethelfred with the Mergons in your tour versus their tour. And when you get your group back to the Mergen's Inn, across the way near the gate is Dudley, still waiting for his group to show. All right. That leaves Herna and Alagos. Jonah arrives a little later that afternoon. With him is Durst, obviously. They have brought Hope as well. She is there, and you have one new person. And edit. Chris and Jer. Save changes and show the players.
Ooh. Guess I'm glad I tagged along.
This young lady is with their group as well. Literally, super happy to see you. Unprofessionally as possible, you get a strong handshake / hug from Jonah. Durst picks you up, hugs you, spins you around, puts you back down, and Hope, of course,
Me or Elegos?
you, and Hope, of course, gives you a big hug. You are introduced professionally to Natalja, but there is no warm reception there as she doesn't know you and you don't know her. Chris, you're greeted with handshakes from both gentlemen, as well as a curtsy bow from Hope. Um, uh, Perception check for you there.
Of course.
Um, looks like anxious kid energy as she curtsies to you.
When Durst shakes my hand,
Mhm.
I'll hold on a little bit longer and I'll say, I'm glad for the opportunity for us to get to know one another a bit more today. And I'll kind of slightly bow my head.
Okay. He nods to you. You definitely feel like there's a quizzical look on his face, like, what changed? But Jonah smiles. And I'm gonna flash back a little bit just to make it clear, because it was a couple of sessions back. 100%, even though Durst was the one that handed out those rewards, Jonah was the one that decided you got books.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Durst was the one that was upset at me.
No, well, Durst thinks you're an asshole too, but
Okay.
he could care less. Plus, he had no control over the magic items that were handed. Jonah, as the mayor, got to decide what rewards you got. Now that again, you're still fixing one, but you did see a look on Jonah's face like, well, maybe my idea. He literally looks like maybe my idea kicked him in the ass a little. Is what
But
it
then
looks like.
when I release Durst's hands, I will look towards Jonah, having already shaken his hand, and I will nod as well.
Okay. Well, they don't seem par for the course to not par for the course. They don't seem to let the fact that you're there seem to dampen their mood at all, based on your introductions. They will introduce Natalja. She is here for her involvement in their community in the Vicinawetan town, and she'll be negotiating with Jonah as well. Durst obviously is here specifically for Hope as her escort through the process. Durst has been through your town. Jonah is happy to do a walkthrough since he hasn't really been here since you guys rescued them and then sent them on their way. He is happy to see the city, but is not overly interested in any specific topic other than sitting back at the bar and having drinks because the rest of this time is all fucking work as far as Jonah is concerned. And he makes that pretty obvious. Like, nope, I'm about to get hammered tonight because I got to sit and be mayor for the rest of this fucking trip. So, really, they're going around for hope, more so than anything. And I guess for Natasha to be able to see the place for the first time as well. So, where would you like to take them when they have no points of interest they are interested in seeing other than getting drunk later on?
I would lead them to our area of commerce
Okay.
because I suspect that while they may not have interest in, the intricacies of our like our water system or like, oh, here's where we have our defenses. We brought a cannon, like,
Right.
So, but I suspect trade would be of at least vague interest to them. And I would say, well, we are extremely fortunate today that we have Aligos, the de facto foreman. What do you call yourself?
Really more of a liaison with the rest of the settlement.
He runs our area of commerce, and he's done an excellent job. If you have any trade questions or anything we can assist you with, Aligos is the man for that.
Well, as you can see, we're still getting things up and running, but we have developed a center of commerce. Our economy is still blossoming, you might say, still in the infant stages. But as you can see, Gabriel, sir, how are you?
Hi, Aligos.
He is indeed a fantastic blacksmith here in town. As you can see, a general stores coming together, the blacksmith, some odds and ends for traveling throughout the area. I think within a few months we should have a pretty substantial settlement here that could perhaps assist you as well.
This is interesting. Maybe you could spend some time with ours. I think it might not hurt for us to have somebody that knows what they're doing take a look at how efficiently our commerce area is being set up. That's Jonah.
I'd be happy to help in any way I can, Mayor.
Natasha seems to be taking in stuff at the stores, looking at things. The guys are doing the same. Hope finds somebody notifying and doing decorations for some kind of festival cheese wheel race that's happening in a few days. And she begs Jonah to make sure that she can be involved in the cheese wheel race because they do that as a Visinawetan thing as well. And they haven't done one since they had to sail all the way out here. And he's like, well, we'll make sure that Durst can take you to that in a few days. Sure, of course, my dear. Other than that, they seem, like I said, intrigued by your market area. They even partake in some light shopping, which allows for you guys to spread out a little bit as you're all kind of doing things with them. So you're in the market area, but no longer as a specific tour group. At one point, Natasha will ask you some questions about Aligos. Herna, are you calling me? Are you calling me?
I said I blame the young lady.
She asks what you know about him, what he's got going on in town, what kind of person he is.
Sure, of course. Well, he's a gifted magic user, and he comes off a little bit rough around the edges, but at his heart, I think that he does care deeply for his friends and those he cares for.
Oh, would you be one of those people?
I like to think so.
Oh, okay, right.
Not like in like we don't spend time together, if that's what you were asking.
No, but you're a friend. That's
I am
important.
a friend. Yes.
I see.
I just wanted to be perfectly clear.
Is he single?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
What part of town does he live in?
Oh, he lives. I gestured to where he lives.
Okay.
I could show you later if you'd like, or you could ask him. I don't want to intrude on his privacy. Of course, you understand.
Sure. No. I mean, if we happen by it on our tour, great. You could point it out, and maybe I'll stop to visit him later. Then we'll just see how things go.
Of course.
You continue shopping. She lets that topic go, and you guys just look at clothes together for a little while and maybe some jewelry. Aligos, at some point, Hope approaches you and kind of like tugs on your pants.
How old is she?
She's somewhere around 13, you would say. I mean, you
Human? I don't recall.
human, absolutely
Okay.
human. As remarked, literally like a charismatic, personable child. Like when I did the description on Hope's picture, it was for the most beautiful girl in the world, right?
Yeah.
The idea is literally you feel more comfortable around this person. It's almost like if Dudley's paladin shit wasn't just for good people, it's like for life. If that makes sense. Like literally she is some kind of beacon. You can feel it around her. It's just an energy. It's a little hard to describe, but just her being around makes you feel better. Like if you had woes or concerns or other things that were going on, you just feel calmer and more at peace when she's around.
Then I will smile when she approaches and say, "Hello, my dear."
She beckons for you to lower a little bit because she's obviously not as tall as you.
Sure.
And when you lean down, she goes, "You have to be careful. Something bad's gonna happen to you, but I don't know what."
What are you talking about?
"I don't know. I've just seen it twice now on our trip here, and I needed to tell you when nobody else was around. So,
I kind of grab her by the elbow and kind of move over so we're even more secluded. What have you seen? What are you talking about?
all right. So two things. When you grab her by the elbow,
Not harshly.
No, no,
not
no,
hard.
no, no, no. I realize that. When you grab her by the elbow, you would see Durst react from even farther away, like he hasn't taken his eyes off where she is.
Okay.
He doesn't jump to you because obviously you're not doing it fiercely,
Mhm.
and you're not. Even if you pull her to the side, I'm assuming you're not like pulling her behind the corner of a
No.
building. Right, right.
It's literally
So-
just like walking her over.
Yeah, no, you literally see him tense and is just eyeing. But at least
I release my hand when I
Sure.
notice that, and I nod towards him, and I continue to listen to her. What have you seen?
she says, I haven't seen anything other than you being really sick. I just keep seeing you being sick. It's happened twice now, so I wanted to make sure you know that you have to be careful.
I cast a detect magic.
Sure.
Does she radiate at all?
She does not radiate.
Okay.
There is a ring on her that would radiate. Abjuration magic.
I stand up.
Mhm.
Thank you. I'm sure you have nothing to be concerned about, Hope.
All right. I mean, I told you that's the best I can do sometimes. And she goes back over to Durst.
My heart.
I follow kind of, towards Durst as well.
Mhm.
And I say, sir, when you have a moment, could I speak with you?
Sure. Hope, why don't you go over and stand by your dad? And so she trounces across the street over to where Jonah is purchasing some stuff, and he goes, she asked to go over and talk to you, which is why I let her.
I meant no offense, but she said something that's a little troubling to me. Does she see things often?
All the time. It's been her whole life as far back as I know. Her mom and dad are more familiar with it, but she has visions and she tries to help people if she can.
How often do these visions come true?
He literally like drops his jaw for a minute. He's like, I don't think I've ever had one that hasn't come true.
Lovely. That's what I thought. Thank you, sir.
Did she tell you something bad?
Sounds bad.
Good luck. It's not always the end. I mean, there's lots of things that happen and then we've fixed it, but it happened.
Well, something that may appear bad may not end up being bad, but hard to say at this point.
That is true as well. Sometimes they're very vague and we have to guess if the meaning's been met already or not, too.
Oh.
Kind of slaps your shoulder. He goes, well, hope you don't die.
Kind of look at his hand. Makes two of us.
All right. All right. Anything you guys would like to pass on to this group? I've done what I needed to do with you.
Um, so I guess I would, seeing that the adults are not terribly interested in, because I'm sure a lot of our cultural things are very similar to their own,
Very
so it's
similar.
not like this very. I would just do a lot of kid-friendly things, like take her by the beach, show her like seashells and shit. I don't know, kid stuff.
I think that's a great idea, which the gentleman will entertain for Hope's benefit as long as you continue to do so. And Hope gets great joy out of a whole bunch of it.
Right.
Okay. All right, perfect. That puts us to a conclusion. When you guys work your way back to the Murgon's Inn, it's a little later. You did pass the Mergen group touring through, and you also passed the Beautiful Women group, which literally stopped both Jonah and Durst in their tracks, just like it did for most of the men. If only for a brief few minutes, as the groups exchanged past each other. And then as you pull into the Mergen's Inn at the evening, ready for some heavy drinking for sure, Dudley is sitting on one of the rails for the gate, swinging his legs back and forth, waiting for his group to show up. You get in, and the other two groups are there. There is a good amount of music going on. There is some relaxation going on in the tavern. Let's see if we can't pull you guys over, and I don't know how loud that's going to be. I want to turn that down a little bit. And
That's
there
good.
are a lot of people in the inn. Again, a lot of nobles, a lot of other stuff going on. At some point, after drinks have been flowing for you guys, one of you, I'll let it be Herna probably, because she's the most sensitive of the group, will go out and let Dudley know that he should probably just come back in and hang out with the rest of you. We're close to the gate anyway. He can just let the guards know to let him know if the Darmalanth show up.
What, the Darmalanth didn't show up? We haven't seen them? Well, Tilvelar was busy all day,
What have you been doing all day, Dudley?
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted. Still
You're
muted.
muted, Jer.
We can't hear you.
Check your mic.
Sorry.
That's all right.
It's okay.
I watched you guys walk around, and I wrote a new song about sitting, and I did some sword forms a little bit, and then I sat some more. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything.
Jesus, you should have said something. I would have brought you some food at least.
Well, let's get a meal. We're here now.
Mm-hmm.
Gods, though, I'm concerned about the Dar.
I'm concerned as well. Do you think we should travel up the road and see if they were waylaid at some point?
That's what I would have done, except Ethelfred said stay there, so I stayed.
Okay, well, Ethelfred has his head up his ass most of the time, so
The man is an imbecile.
after I say that, I'm like look around.
He's
like,
absolutely
shit.
in the bar. He might not have heard you say that, but he's right over there. Oh, yeah.
Please don't tell him I said that.
Yeah. Problem is, it's dark now, and not real great for finding people in the dark. So.
Well, you have a headlamp.
True. I know. It's just a small area. When you
Sure.
can see a lot, it's
Yeah,
better.
no, I understand. Well, that's concerning, and I would like to check on them at some point. Yeah, no, I'm worried.
Why are we worried? Maybe they just decide not to come.
Maybe they did, or maybe they're all dead.
All dead? What? Oh my God.
Or maybe they're simply confused. They are rather simple creatures.
Or maybe we could just have a good night and just enjoy ourselves.
No, I think that's shot for me. I'm gonna go drink a lot.
Okay. Excellent. You guys partake in some drinking and eating as the
Go
meals
sit
are.
with my friends.
Sure.
My Vis in the Wedge.
Absolutely. You
friends.
can sit with whatever group you want. You will notice that other than workers and even them are giving the Murgons a large berth. Their table is being kept separate from the others. You're not entirely sure why. Yeah.
Do I recognize anyone from the Murgons?
You recognize one person. You would have seen in any of your passings, Prince. The Prince was with the party earlier. He is not partaking in the drinking and hanging out.
That's Prince Grutalda?
Grutalda, yes.
Mhm.
So you saw him. You also saw, and I'm going to ping him. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
That gentleman. Let me see. Did I do a handout for him, or was I just going to explain him? I think I'm just going to explain him. That is the priest that performed the ceremony for the dead bodies that you ran into and had a small conversation with. So you are see him returned. As well, there is a small female character here who looks about the same age as both Hope and Provost Amber. And she has some. That one, I think we have. Edit journals. Mark. Chris. Save and show. All right. And then next to her is a Murgon that rivals the size of Prince Gargulda. Gratalda, thank you. Prince Gartalda, as far as size goes, he is not decked out in any kind of princely adornments. He carries a Kopesh by his side, and he looks menacing. He is sitting right next to the princess and doesn't do anything entertaining at all other than sit and watch everything that's going on.
Once I realize that Dudley and I are alone at the table, I go, well, stand up and walk away. I will walk towards this very imposing looking gentleman.
He stands as you approach, which literally right then, even if he's not being menacing, although it's hard to read on a Murgon's face because you're still getting used to them.
I can picture it.
Yeah.
I know what he is.
You feel like this might be the reason people are avoiding the table.
So I will nod towards the priest.
Mm-hmm.
My lord, good to see you again.
Ah, yes. You were one of the people that that came with the bodies. Oh, good to see you again. It's Alabos, right?
Alagos.
Alagos. Yes.
And I'm sorry. Tell me your name again, sir.
My name is Araru.
Araru.
Yeah.
That's gonna be annoying.
Oaruo.
Aurora.
Listen, under the water, it sounds a lot better.
It sounds a lot better, right? So I couldn't help seeing you were by yourselves over here. Do you mind if I join you?
No, absolutely. We'd love some company.
I say, forgive me, I don't know the proper greeting for a Murgon. Do you shake hands?
We more slap hands, and he literally gestures, and they do a back and forth thing like this with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do that to each one of them. And I'm looking up at the imposing Murgon in front of me, and you would be?
I am Rourke.
Rourke. Well met. I'm Alagos. And this young lady has a striking similarity to Grutalda's. A relation, I take it?
Yes, this is Princess Brill. I can say who I am. She hits the guy, mid-waist, and she puts out her hand and slaps back and forth with you as well.
I'll sit down. Well, I hope you're finding yourselves comfortable here. I know it's much different than your home. It can't be easy being in an enclosed place like this for you, I would imagine.
It's definitely different, but we have enclosed spaces. It's just all the air without the water. Although the water in the bar is nice. I like that touch, especially since this was called the Murgon's Inn, which is kind of named after us. I really think that's cute of you guys to do. It was nice.
I have to agree. I think it was very thoughtful.
Mm.
And where's the prince?
Oh, he's upstairs. He doesn't socialize if he doesn't have to, and since this isn't an obligation, he went upstairs. He doesn't think any of you are fun. He just deals with you because that's his job.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see that you all are putting your best foot forward, as we all are today.
Well, I came because I told my father I wanted to learn more about you, and so that's why I'm here.
And what have you learned thus far, my lady?
I mean, your town's very nice and filled with lots of people. It's very dry, but that's to be expected since you don't breathe water. I mean, everybody seems like they're being cordial, but nobody seems to be being super friendly, until you came over anyway. None of the other people in town seem to want to talk to us unless they had to with our tour guide. And I guess he's the mayor, so it's kind of an obligation for them to talk to us if he's introduced us. So,
If there's one flaw amongst my people, I think you hit the nail on the head, so to speak. That's a phrase we use to say you are absolutely right. My people tend to be afraid of what they don't understand. Please take no offense to it.
well, it's hard not to take offense to it, but I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I'll still get some sleep tonight, but it's still kind of jerky.
I look around and make eye contact with Natalja. I hope I don't get too much sleep tonight.
Um,
I just say under my breath, not for her to hear me.
no. You definitely, when you look over, Chris, she was looking at you and then looks away. For sure.
Can't help but smile at that.
Can't help but smile at that. All right, Dudley, I'll give you a chance as well. And I see Mark has moved over, but he also left his chair, so we'll go to you and then go to Mark.
Yeah, so I'm going to wander over to the Visnuetan table here.
Hello, Dudley.
And Erna, how was your day? How was everybody's day here?
It was great. Better than yours, I would imagine.
It's okay, but after a long day of sitting there, I want to do some singing. What does everybody say to that?
Please,
Sure.
regale us.
Durst, what's your favorite song that everybody can sing?
That everybody can. I don't know a song that all the people that are new to this area can sing.
Just something easy that you can carry a tune. I'll do the rest.
Balls on the ox.
Balls on the ox it is. Sure.
Sure.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Right.
You
So I'm
don't
going to
have
go
to,
over here.
you don't have to entertain him if you don't want to.
No. It's all
Hello,
good.
Dudley.
Hey, Algos. We're doing balls on the ox. This is the table part, and I'll teach them a little bit, and then we'll go. Once they
All
get
right.
the hang of it, I'll go over here. I'll teach them a little bit, different
Okay.
bit. And
Dudley.
then I'm gonna get on this table here,
Dudley,
and we're
before
gonna do a round.
before you leave the table with the beautiful women, you are hit on extremely hard by most of them, except for the youngest one and the oldest one. But all three Gazans are hitting hard on you.
All right, I am going to be Dudley and ignore that.
Oh, okay. All right. So you've explained the words to those tables.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna get on this table, and I'm gonna start up, and I'm start doing the ukulele and singing, and then we get to the second verse. I'm gonna point over to the Visnuetans, and then the third verse point over here, and we'll just get them all going.
Dudley, after a very awkward start, and a stop, and then recounting, and then a start again, you managed to get an awkwardly sung round out of most of the groups.
Great.
Hefe, right after Dudley left this table here, Tilvelar will lean in and be like, "You must understand, his god has stolen the strength from his staff."
Oh, does that happen
my
a
God.
lot to your people?
Thankfully, no.
Oh, that's too bad for a specimen like that.
Indeed.
But religion, It is harsh.
It is. It's
Yeah.
very sad.
All right, some singing partakes. Those of you that want to sing are allowed to sing. Those of you that do not want to sing do not have to sing, although Dudley will
I'll
continue to point at you and try to get you to sing. Right. After.
I'll sing when it's my turn.
All right.
I'll sing and I'll dance. Yay.
Beautiful. Look at that participation. With a group participation, everybody gets involved and you do 2 rounds of it. The second round goes much, much better, Dudley. Good job.
Ooh, and I'm also going to do during that second round, just the children.
Okay, which is only four people in the bar. And they will
Dudley.
they will try that awkwardly and still manage to succeed to at least sing it, but not loud enough for the rest of the bar. But they do get some clapping.
All right, good.
At that point, dinner has been done for a little while. Ethelfred will get up and make a small announcement that he is happy everybody's here. That he's sorry about the Darmalanth. He's still not sure what happened. He has some people looking into it so that he can let us know. But he has some gifts. He proceeds to hand out to Hope, to Princess Brill, and to Provost Amber what you are familiar with. Because you've seen it brought back from your bigs. He gives each of them a puppet and a small rune with the Dravelmore symbol painted on the one side, and they are given those gifts. At that point, the girls and their guards will be taking their leave upstairs to put the smaller, younger people to bed before anything else gets crazy. So at that point, you are losing this character and Summer. You are losing this character and Rourke. You are losing Hope, and Durst does not leave. So well, again, him and his father are drinking, and they've lived here, and they feel safe enough to let her sleep in her room upstairs. The other folks don't yet, and that's why, again, nobody can get in. You have guards upstairs and downstairs, if you didn't notice the 2 guards by the door.
Mm-hmm.
So they feel safe enough in your presence that you're not going to lynch them or do anything crazy. At that point, the Visinawetan tables is going to start a drinking game. It starts becoming a conversation between Durst and Johan now that the daughter is up to bed, with a little bit of Natasha egging them on. They put money on the table, and several of the patrons will also enter into said drinking contest for a 25 gold entry fee. That's not what I was trying to do. There we go.
Who has 25 gold?
I have 25 gold.
Yeah, some of you might. Some of you might be able to front others. That's completely up to
I've
you.
already been drinking a little bit, and I don't really get hammered very frequently, so I will buy into the drinking game.
All right.
Dudley doesn't want to show anybody up, so he will.
I'll join in as well. 25 gold it is.
Okay, well, now, before you've decided where you're joining in, at the same time, Auraro, now that the children have left,
Mm-hmm.
is showing some people at the table that he is at, which has entertained now that at least some of Ethelthred and some of the others have made their way to the table, and you guys have shown that they're not killing people on sight. He is showing them a dice game, common to the Murlocs, which is using some weird coral dice, but still dice for what you guys would call them. So you have your options now to enter into the gambling drinking game, which could net you some money or net you throwing up and passing out, or some kind of odd dice game, which Araru has pulled out some kind of prize that he will be entertaining.
And I'll stay at that table then. I like that. All right.
Sure.
What do the ladies seem to be doing?
It's a
over
great question. The ladies are going to split up and go to both. They are interested in both, but they are mostly, from what you can see, interested in the men at the tables and don't seem to care any at all about what they are doing at either table. The only one that does not go to join a table is Matron Melody, who will wait for you and say, what should we pay attention to? I'm interested in seeing both sides of the cultures. And she puts her hand on your shoulder, Tilvelar, and says,
Ooh.
you should choose for us. I'm not as familiar with these things.
Well, I think I'd like to see the dice, if that's okay with you, my lady.
Sure. And she goes over. She is not going to play, but she is hanging out with you. There you go.
Sure.
We'll move this lady over. All right. So we've got
You.
Dudley. What are you doing? You're not gambling or gambling?
No, Dudley will perch here because it seems like a good place to watch both activities at once.
Fair enough. All right. So who would like to go first? Drinking or dice game? Take your
I'll go
choices.
first.
All right. So, dice game. It is you and Mark and technically me, as I will keep track as well. So, I'm going to explain the rules to the dice game. Essentially, consider this like a version of blackjack, except the number is not 21, the number is 18. You get to roll 3d6 to start off with. They are essentially your transports. They call them seahorses in their version. You have a cart that needs to be pulled to market using seahorses. The cart is carrying gold. The more gold you have to use up to get the seahorses to market is based on how much you roll. So you roll your 3d6, and you're trying to get to 18. You can cut off at any time after you've rolled your 3d6 and take the number that you have, and you're trying to get to 100. So the more you push, the more points you put on the board, the faster you get to 100. If you go over 18 on your turn, you lose all those points, and your turn ends,
Start
and
over.
it goes to the... No, you don't... Well, you get any points you already had, but for that turn, you don't get any points, and it goes to the next person's turn. Does that make
Got
sense? So you're trying to get to 100 total. So we would each take turns as we go, adding to our total. But if your turn on that turn happens to go over 18, you get a 0 for that turn, and it goes to the next person's. Does that make sense?
Think so.
Okay. So you're each gonna, and you can keep track of it by typing into the chat so that you have a registered number of where you got points for each turn. If you happen to, the only special rule in this, if you happen to roll 3 6s on your first roll, you get the 18 for that as well as plus 10. Make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
Can
go
I
ahead.
use sleight of hand to influence these rolls?
That is
You're gonna cheat in a friendly game of dice.
that is absolutely up to you, Mark. As I have discussed before, your decisions are your decisions. The outcome of those decisions are not entirely left without.
I think it'll be funny. Do it. Do it.
No, you
No
absolutely
balls.
should do it.
No balls. Do it.
If it's a good roll, we're not going to have a hard time seeing it.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. We'll see how it develops.
All right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to lead off, and I'm going to roll my 3d6 as starting with Araro, as he is the only one playing the game. Now, there are others playing the game, but I'm not going to keep track of 4 other players for the sake of
Sure.
just beating you two. So, 3d6 nets me 9. I feel like I've got safe space to go, so I'm going to roll an additional 11. I'm going to roll an additional 15. I will stay there with 15. 15 are rule. Oh, it didn't take my 15. That was weird. There we go. All right. Who wants to go next?
I'll go. Oh, never
Ooh.
mind. Go ahead.
Mark, 15 right off the bat.
Yeah, I think I'll keep that.
All right. So type Tilvelar 15 or just
This is
Tilvelar
the
underneath
friendship.
your 15. You're golden. Perfect. All right. Alagos.
Mm. I'll stop there.
All right. Alagos 14. Back to Arl. 3d6. Oof.
Oof.
Terrible. All right. 10. 13. He's going to push it because he's a gambler. 14. I'm going to push it one more time. 15. I'll take 15 again, Araru. So that puts me at 30. All right. Tilvelar, you're up.
Nice.
That'll work. Till we're at 31, right?
Yep.
All right.
Ooh.
Almost.
Yep.
All right. Ooh. I will also take that. Puts me at 47.
And if you go over, you lose all of your points for the round, correct?
Yes. Yeah, if you're pushing 418 but you make a 19, then yep, you get 0. Ooh.
Nice.
Where was I? 31. That's 47, right?
Yeah.
It's neck and neck.
It's neck and neck. It's a horse race.
Seahorse race.
Seahorse race, yes.
18. Nice.
Nice.
Oh.
Yep.
Aurora looks at you and goes, that was risque.
Risque, you say?
All right. 3. Oh, jeez. All right. 13. He's gonna push it again. Ooh. All right. 17. Puts me at 50. No, 64. 64. All right. $12. 13. 18 on the nose.
There you
Oh
go.
my
Nice.
God. Wait, are you using your sleight of hand there?
I know,
Mark?
right?
Is that what you're doing?
That's 65.
Mm-hmm. Oof.
Oh, that's going to be 65.
All right. Let's see if we can get a pretty roll. Got one more. All right.
Oof.
16 on top of my. Puts me at 80 even.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. 13. Let's see, push it.
18 again. Nice.
Damn, dude. All right. Yeah. Right up against the edge, right? Ah.
Lost
it. All right. Aurora literally sighs. It's like, that was close.
It was.
All right. Jesus. 11. 13. Aro sighs at his luck and takes the 13.
Playing it safe.
He just watched you, right? Like he's.
Mm-hmm.
Just perfect setup again. Oof.
Oh. Put you at 99.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Araro's going to win because he went first, right?
18.
Woo. All right, made up for that last one, right? All right.
That's what I'm wondering, because it's like if you go first, yes, he automatically wins, right?
Not necessarily. He has to be the first one to go over 100.
I feel like you should keep going for another full round just so everyone gets their thing, and then there's like a sudden death for everyone who made it over 100.
Yeah, 'cause that.
Yep, the game doesn't have an alternative for Irish passes. All right. 12.
Yeah. So I think, Mark, you kind of, on your turn, you had to roll another dice if you wanted to win.
Right.
Yeah.
You would have lost. You're
I
gonna,
would have had to roll a 1, yeah.
but you could have. That was the only way you would have won the game.
Whatever.
Raru, screw that guy.
He's a cheater. You should have cheated, Mark.
Should have cheated. You would have beat him. All right. 4, 16 off of. Trying to see where mine is. 16
He's at
puts me at 90,
109.
Is it 109? Oh, yeah, right.
Uh-huh.
93.
Yeah, you only needed 7.
All right. Let's see.
Raise my
Araro, well
class.
played.
Good game.
Yeah.
Well played.
He looks at the point totals and he goes, "Well, I've played this game many, many times. So, of course, I am very good at this game. But the prince, he wanted someone else to get the reward. So, I will give it to the person who was in second place then."
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, he goes, No. You played well. Your friend did too. He was risque on that move. It did not pay off.
Risque.
Risque.
What kind of game is this?
That does not mean what you think it means.
It's not.
And then he goes, and I didn't even do this to make sure I rolled a 1 to make sure that I won last time.
Nice.
As he rolls a 1.
Right. All right, let's see. Edit. Mark. And save and show. You get a pretty bag that's made out of some kind of weird kelp cloth. And inside it is that. For those of you that don't get the handout, you at least see some kind of necklace being pulled out of the bag by Mark, if he pulls it out in front of you or not.
Yeah.
All right. Over to the table, which the entire time you have been rolling dice has only been getting louder and louder. All right, Shady. Here is how we're working this. Okay, so the objective is to reach 20 points. Durst has pulled up 4 different levels of alcohol from the bar after talking to the bartender. The first one is called The Last of Dravelmore. He doesn't know why, except it was explained to him that it is the last of the ale that you guys brought with you on the boats, and it has been slightly watered down and is still alcohol, but is not very strong. If you're drinking those, they're worth 1 point each. You have Serenity's Own, which is an actual ale made here by your people since they've been here for some time. It is worth 2 points and is stronger than the watered down ale. You are introduced to something you didn't know existed, Herna. It's called Love Potion H. It is literally a hard alcoholic beverage brewed with the mushrooms that you recovered from the hill. The brewing process takes away some of the potency of the mushrooms, but it still gives you a decent arousal
Oh my
package.
god.
It's just not going to force anybody to have sex at the table.
Liquefied ketamine? Really, Jesse?
But liquefied ketamine. And the last one is something that the bartender had that he doesn't share with anybody, but he brought it out for this drinking contest. It is called Carnage. And it is worth 4 points, but it obviously has a much higher save. So essentially, you're going to drink. Every drink you take gives you a point value, no matter what. The minute you drink it, you get the point value for it. But you have to make a save, fort save. That fort save tells you if you're pushing towards... very cool. If you're pushing towards unconsciousness or puking. You lose if you throw up or you fall unconscious. Before you hit your 20 points. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So, again, could roll for all the people at the table, but that seems overly redundant and would take a really long time. So, who do you want to go against? You want to go
Durst.
against Durst?
Durst.
All right. So, it will be Durst.
Love that guy.
I love that guy. All right. Durst and you are drinking. What drink do you call up first?
And start with a 3.
You start with the 3, the love potion. Really? Really?
I'm curious of the alchemical properties.
Oh, all right. Well, let's give me a
It's
save.
academic.
Let's give me a save.
It's academic.
Yeah, it's academic. You are working against a DC 17.
Okay. For a fort save?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and give yourself 3 points because you did drink it.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh. It's really strong.
It feels tingly in your throat and in other places. Okay, so on your first fail, you get a -2 to your saving throws continuing forward from this.
Okay.
Durst, just because he wants to make sure he's staying just as hard as you are, will also take a 3 and try to make his DC 17 saving throw. Let's see. Durst is okay.
Bastard. What is his fortitude bonus?
His fortitude bonus is an 11.
Okay, that's not fair. I
com-
should have picked the old man.
You should have picked the old man. It's a lower save. I gave you the choice of who you were competing against. You chose the literally skilled level fighter, not the older fighter.
I chose the hot guy. What do you want from me?
no,
He's not married.
He's not married. He is not married. All right, so
All right.
next drink.
I'll take a 2.
It's like a Serenity Zone. A nice ale, served warm. Wow.
Remember, she doesn't drink much.
No, I understand. You are doing excellent. At that, he's gonna say, I heard this love potion H was named after you. I'm gonna take another one. And he drinks another love potion, bumping himself to 6 points. Ooh. But makes it on the nose, as love potion is a DC 17. So, all right, so your second fail brings you to a -2 saving throws and a disadvantage in saving throws and poisoned condition, which I think that's more for 5th edition, so ignore that. It's just another you're at -4 on your saves now. You've had 2 drinks,
Ooh.
mind you, to be fair, on top of your other drinks and a very full dinner. It is now 5 points to 6 points.
How close am I to passing out? Like, do I feel like I'm teetering?
Third fail is unconscious condition or the drinker throws up, which you can choose. I'm not going to embarrass you, but you'll get to choose what effect that is, and then the other person has won.
I'll take a 1.
You'll take a 1. All right, the last of Dravelmore, the watered down mead. You're gonna roll. The DC is 10. Granted, there
Ah!
you go. Even with the minuses, you make it. You are now up to his 6. He's he says maybe I should just put you to bed, so to speak now, and he will take a carnage.
Oh my god.
Oh, and does not make it, and now he is -2 on saving throws. He's down to a 9, but he gets the 4 points and has put himself at 10. You okay there, little lady?
No. I think I'm gonna. You win.
You give up on it. All right.
I'll just drink another of the last of. I'll take sips of my another watered down ale.
Fair enough.
Got
All
a little
right.
bit too big for my britches there.
He and Jonah continue on for another few more drinks, and Durst does win out as Jonah does not pass out, but does spit back into his cup a little bit. Just a little bit. At which he goes, well, I guess I should go upstairs to bed. And he departs for the evening as well. All right. Now, a couple things afterwards. So, Durst will continue to talk to you as long as you'd like. The only person, well, we'll just leave it at that. Durst will continue to talk to you. The Gazans of the night will continue to hit on men, and at several points will go upstairs with men, at least 2 of them. Actually, just one of them, because one Gazan went upstairs with Amber. That leaves you with Tilvelar still being with Matron Melody, and Dudley still off to the side. Alagos, you will be approached by Natasha at some point.
I stand up, a little teetering because I've been drinking a little bit tonight. My lady,
Hello.
pull out a chair for her.
Oh, thank you. Such a gentleman.
That's me.
Yes. I've been meaning to sit and talk with you.
About what, my dear?
Well, it's a little bit business and a little bit personal. Which would you like to do first?
I do enjoy mixing business with pleasure.
Oh. Well, is the personal going to be pleasure? That's still yet to be known.
Not you, too.
Not me too. What?
Nothing. I'm sorry. Why don't you start with the business first? Let's get that out of the way.
Oh, sure. So, you know Bert Huffledown, yes?
Do I know Bert, Jesse? That's not ringing a bell.
Technically, you do. Bert Huffledown was the Vicinawetan who on the same date you guys got your rewards and Durst and company were hanging out on their way to go pick up the rest of their goods the next morning. Bert Huffledown was the guy off literally at the table the Vicinawetans are at now, who was pouting about the fact that he lost most of his
books.
personal library. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I remember him.
Yes.
So that's perfect. I want to be like Bert. No, I don't know Bert. Oh, Bert. Yes, Bert. Yes. What of him?
Well, apparently you acquired some of his books just a little while back, and I was hoping to get to look at one of them, maybe purchase it from you, or take it in trade.
Okay.
Okay, what?
What interests you in these books?
It's part to a series that I'm still trying to finish. It's the first one, and I have the second.
And which of the books are you looking to purchase? You can give me many.
Oh, the title was A Passage of Time, Book 1.
And you have the sequel to this book?
I do.
What would you be interested in paying me for it?
Well, I mean, obviously I have some gold. It seems less valuable since we've landed on shore, so I don't know if that means anything to you or not, but also, you're a very attractive man, and I'm going to be alone here for a few days. you give me something I need, I could do the same for you.
I'll think about it. Stand up and walk away.
What? Really?
Pat Dudley on the shoulder as I walk by. She's all yours, my friend.
Okay.
Where?
What? What? Tilvelar. As things start to slow a little bit, Matron Melody will absolutely invite you up to her room if you would like to share some time.
Absolutely.
She is much appreciated of the time you have spent with them, and she wants to show her gratitude.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will be kind and charming and appreciative.
Okay. That seems to work absolutely well for you right up until you finish, and then she's like, I must get some sleep. Please depart. And then sends you on your way.
Fair enough.
Basically, like, she just needed to take care of business and needed to get you out of her room.
enough.
All right. Dudley, anything for you, buddy? I know this is a bar, gambling, sex night. It's probably the worst situation you've found yourself in. God damn your friends.
Dudley is just going to make sure that anybody who needs help getting into bed alone is going to get there.
All right. Dudley, you help Durst up a little while later, unless Herna wants to help Durst up. Yeah, she's good. Okay, so you help Durst up to his room, and he's very happy. Literally, Tilvelar, you pass Durst and Dudley on the way up the stairs as you're coming down the stairs.
I'll help him up.
All right, you help him up too. The two of you drop
My buddy
Durst
Durst.
in his room. Yeah.
Yeah.
He claps your shoulder as well and thanks you for being such a good friend, and this is a really good night, and he's happy we'll see you in the morning, and then he passes out in his bed. Dudley, at that point in time, you will see at least one of the other men coming from Agazan's room, making his way back out. To downstairs and to make his way either back to work or home, depending on which one it was. And Araru will also depart and head up to the room. Natasha has stormed upstairs after waiting a few more minutes to see if Alagos has changed his mind, and when he doesn't, she leaves. And that leaves mostly just you guys, some workers, and some last few townsfolk cleaning up.
Oh, how you doing, Herna?
What? Are you
How are
talking to me?
you?
How am I? How am I? Am I sitting alone now at this point?
No, there's like two other people that you don't know at the table. You know they're from your town. You've seen the faces before, but I don't know who the fuck they are.
I put my arm over whoever is closest to me, and I say, I'm just hanging out with my best friend. What's your name?
It's the mayor.
Oh
It's
no!
Ethelfred.
Oh no, it's Ethelfred, right? That guy.
He's not so bad. We've been
I
hanging out.
shouldn't have called him an imbecile earlier.
No, I said he had his head up his ass. He was an imbecile. He's a very intelligent man. We've been talking.
Yeah.
Okay, Herna. That sounds good. I'm going to take Herna to bed now. Just going to pick her up. And...
We weren't done.
Yeah, you are done.
Cut you off. Yes.
Hefe, just to be extra careful,
Mm-hmm.
Tilvelar will have a walk around town just to make sure everything's quiet and nothing's brewing before he turns in for the night.
Excellent. Give me a perception check as you're going around.
Jess, once I see Natasha go upstairs,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make my exit at that point and go to my house
Okay.
and find that book she was talking about.
Sure. Tilvelar, everything looks like it's on the up and up and safe and secure in town. The Dungeon Master
Perfect.
will do nothing tonight based on your opinions of what you've seen.
Nice.
Alagos, again, you had a box full of books. It takes you a little while to go through. You do find this title called The Passage of Time, book 1. It literally has that on it, like it's a multi-book setup. Do you want to try to read it tonight? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna fatigue myself and read it as my buzz wears off.
All right. You push through the night and read a terribly boring book. As you get towards the end, and you're kind of hoping that it at least ends in a predictable way so that you can wrap the story up and go to bed, the last few pages are gone. So you don't get the end of this terrible story you've read. Like, you literally spent 4.5 hours reading through this book, and now you don't have an ending. But what is tucked into the back of the book, you're going to need to take another 2 or 3 hours. So you're literally going to be super fatigued tomorrow.
That's fine.
I mean, it's the same penalty, but, like, literally,
Yep.
you're going to be poorly functioning sleep on role-playing. After studying... after studying the few pages that are tucked in there, it is the start of a formula to a spell that you have no clue as to what it does.
That bitch. Any idea what kind of spell? I'm not. I mean,
Give me
school, I mean-
give me a spellcraft check. Ooh, decent roll. You're gonna pick up schools. Just because you don't have any spells this high, it's
Right.
much further out than your understanding. But you're picking up necromancy and I believe it's going to be transmutation, but I'm going to check that. Yeah, transmutation. Necromancy and transmutation.
Okay. And to put that book and the spell in my haversack, keep it with me.
Okay.
And go outside and see that the sun's shining and have a horrible headache.
All right. Perfect. All right. Everybody else is sleeping. Dudley, I'm assuming you made it back to sleep.
Yeah, I'll probably do just a once around the town before hitting the day, but yeah,
Would you like a perception check as well, Dudley?
sure. Well, he's not paying that close attention. I'll just take 10. 22.
22. Dudley, everything looks safe and sound as far as you can tell.
Sounds good.
All right. Awesome. Okay. Let's kill our music and scroll to day 2. All right. So, you are met with in the morning by... Excuse me. You're called to the Mergen's Inn again. So, early morning. Mark, you have Summer and Provost Amber come to your morning stretches before everybody's doing breakfast and anything else. So you've got one Gazan and the younger one with you.
Sure.
They go through your stretches with you, and then they thank you for the exercise session, and they ask you some questions about where you've learned some of the exercises, because some of them seem familiar to patterns that they do as well, which is interesting to them considering from how far away you've come.
Sure.
After that, you guys are all summoned back to the Mergon's Inn for morning settlements. Everybody's having breakfast. You guys are invited to breakfast as well. The diplomats, take note that now, when I say diplomats from this point forward, it's going to be the people that are on point that you're no longer going to interact with, which is going to be Jonah and Natasha, because they will be in diplomatic meetings. It means Auroru and Prince Grutalda. It means Gazan Candace and Matron Melody. They will all be off limits because they are part of the diplomatic negotiations. And other than seeing them in the morning briefly, you won't be actually having any conversations with them unless you force it to happen. Does that make sense to everybody? All right. So those meetings are set up, and everybody is put out to their tasks. The people that are bodyguards / young members of our area are here having breakfast as well and are trying to make plans for the day. At the same time, Ethelfred goes over with you guys several other things and will entertain any questions you might have about what's going on during day 2.
Any word from the Dar?
He says yes. For the Darmalanth, that is, because I heard you guys met another Dar, which we haven't met yet, but that was in a report I was just reading last night. The Darmalanth did not send their envoy because they took on a pilgrimage to the water temple to see their exalted that you told them were there. So they have skipped this invite to go there and try to find the exalted again.
Well, that'll make Virgil happy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he seems he seems because he's the one that notified us. He seems happy that they are helping to clean up the place, and he's not by himself. But they seem to be making themselves at home as they pray in different rooms within the temple and outside.
Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
All right then.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anybody have anything that they would like to do?
I'm going to take that spell I found and show it to Myrna. That
Okay. She makes you wait a couple of hours. She says, "Look, I can get to it a little bit before lunch, but I've got some other things that I have to do with the diplomats first." She puts you on hold for a while, makes you wait that time out, and then she spends about an hour with you going over it. And she says, this can't be right. I mean, this is a really bad formula. It doesn't even make sense, and there's so much stuff missing. I mean, it's
like there might be a second part.
I mean, maybe, but even then, I mean, it looks like some kind of haste spell, but none like I've seen before. I mean, not certainly like mine or others, but it's got touches of necromancy, and there's some kind of sacrifice involved. It doesn't make any sense. This is probably somebody's crackpot job at making a spell and failing.
Have you met Natalja, the Vicinowetan delegate?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
She wanted to buy the book that contained this spell without telling me about it.
Oh, interesting. Did she say why?
She said she wanted the book. You and I both know that's not true.
It's unlikely if the book has other pieces to it.
Just be mindful with that one. Don't trust her. God, is there anything for a headache? Oh, God.
She goes, yeah,
Oh.
It's called not drinking, Alagos.
I was doing my part. I was helping Herna be. Oh, never mind. Just be careful with that one. I don't trust her.
Sure. I mean, there's not much she can do here, but I'll definitely keep an extra eye on her.
Thank you. And I'll put it back in and head back out.
All right. Anybody else?
We'll spend the morning with okay, so who is left to hang out with?
Oh, okay. So there's people left from each party, but they're without the diplomats of the party. So for the Vicinowettans, you have Durst and Hope. And again, they're going to entertain stuff for the diplomatic visitors, right? Like, so Hope is the diplomatic visitor here. She's hoping to hang out and learn stuff and see people and talk to you guys and do that whole thing. You have Provost Amber, which is the younger person from the Faceticons, as well as one Gazan with her, and that is Gazan Summer. Gazan Crystal? Let me make sure I'm saying that name right. There's too many stripper names in this group. Yeah, Gazan Crystal is not with the diplomatic party, nor is she hanging out with Summer and um,
Amber.
Summer and Amber. So she's apparently free roaming the city. As well, you have with the Murgons, you have Princess Brill and you have Rourke.
Okay, I'm just gonna spend the day with Thirst and Hope then.
Okay. You certainly have that as an option. They basically hang out around town. They go to beach for a little while and do some swimming. I mean, Durst doesn't, but she does. And
The Kraken.
the Kraken, right? Kraken comes and takes her away. At some point, they meet back up for lunch, Shady. And when they're having lunch, all three of the girls sit together.
Aw.
So you literally see like the princess types of all three areas, even though Hope is not a princess at all, and you don't get the feeling that Provost is, but she's clearly got some kind of title. They all start hanging out and having lunch together. Bodyguards are all still nearby, but giving them their space, but that's within the Murgon's Inn. As well, while you're in the Murgon's Inn hanging out with Durst, Lawrence makes a trip in to see you for lunch as well.
See, I knew he would.
And sees you hanging out with Durst.
Oh.
He politely asks to see you outside of the Murgon's Inn.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and so he says, I know you're busy all the time because you've got stuff going on, and I mean, I've still got to go back to work, but I wanted to take the lunch break since I heard you were back in town. Do you want to go to the? Do you want to go to the dance later this week? Would you?
Yes, of course. I
You-
was hoping you would ask.
Oh yeah, no. I was hoping you'd be back in time when I heard about it, and you weren't here, and then, but that's great. That's great. All right. Well, and I will see you later then. And he leans over, kisses you on the cheek, and makes his way back to work.
Okay. A good day.
Excellent. Okay. Tilvelar. Anything you'd
Sir?
like to do?
I'll hang out with the Murgon and just try to learn something about his people and their ways. And
Rourke will absolutely talk to you, but never to a point where you're having a real conversation. And I don't say that sarcastically.
Sure.
He never lets you distract him from what he's doing, which is watching Brill. So
Sure.
the conversation is, I won't say one-sided, but mostly
Sure.
one-sided, as he participates as politely as he can and earnestly as he can without ever losing his attention or focus.
Sure.
Now, mind you, because they're traveling together, Princess Brill will chime in multiple times to your conversation with an exceptionally snarky attitude about people and life and things and adults. And you notice anywhere that they've gone in town, other than back at the Murgon's Inn, hanging out with the people that are part of this whole diplomatic community, are still shunned outside. Again, which seems to be slightly distressing for Brill.
And Tilvelar will give her a very broad smile and it says, "You I like. I think we could be friends."
I mean, you can't breathe underwater, so we won't be able to see each other very often, but sure.
It's more of like-mindedness, I think, that transcends such things.
Yeah. My dad says that about me, too. I'm transcendent.
Mhm.
I don't really understand what he means by it, but apparently he's not the only one that sees it.
Has your father spoken to you of the temple or the ascendants?
Ascendants?
Indeed, the Dar speak of people that take tests and travel to a temple to become
Oh,
ascendant.
the exalted,
The
yeah.
exalted, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's part of my studies is reading those old things, but those people are gone.
Indeed. Although it seems that the temple has awoken again, the light at the temple.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if you step outside the inn tonight and look that direction, you'll see a bright light. That is the temple of the exalted. That's shining as a beacon now.
Oh, I would be interested in seeing that. We should look tonight.
Indeed.
Rourke, remember that we're going to look tonight outside in the dark. He grunts.
What do your people know of the exalted?
Oh, just the stories we're mandated to read because it's in our past practices. I mean, my brother's had to gone through the same thing. I'm sure he would have told you. Silly stories about old men that aren't even Mergans. Not really an interesting topic for me.
Fair enough. Well, I think it'll be interesting to see how that develops with the temple. I'll certainly keep you advised if anything else interesting happens.
Cool. I mean, it's stuff I could pass on to my dad and let him know what's going on. He might
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank
So-
you, Princess.
care. No problem. I've seen these cheese posters everywhere. Something going on with cheese?
Oh, there's a cheese wheel race. I believe it's tomorrow, isn't it? I'll kind of look around for clarification on what day it is.
It is. What's a cheese rolling contest?
I'd imagine you probably roll some cheese. I'm not particularly familiar with it myself, but it sounds entertaining.
Okay. We could try to do that tomorrow. What do you think, Rourke? We can roll some cheese tomorrow? You eat cheese. No, they roll cheese here. They don't eat it. They roll it. Look at the signs. The man just said. You would roll cheese tomorrow. All right, good. Good. See, we've got our plans for tomorrow already. This is great.
Well, I'll look forward to seeing you there.
All right. They finish their walk and end back up at lunch. So if you're sticking with them, you'll end up seeing Herna again at lunchtime.
Sure.
She steps out for a little while to have a conversation with a gentleman you probably have seen around town but don't know. Yeah. All right. So we've covered 3 of you. Dudley, anything you'd like to do today or this morning / before lunch at least?
Well, since Tilvelar seems to have fallen down on his diplomatic duties, I guess it falls to me to entertain the beautiful women.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
So I will see if there's anything that Provost Amber wants to talk about or see or do that didn't get covered yesterday.
They're interested in going back to the town square and watching people's interactions there. Literally, it's what they want to do is people watch up until you guys hit lunchtime.
Okay, I will go with them, and I will clarify, who people are in general terms.
Excellent. They have a lot of questions about relationships,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of questions about interactions that they see between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point
Dudley, is it?
before lunch, you are approached by one of the guards.
Uh-huh.
They ask you to step away for a minute so that they can talk to you in private.
Sure.
Sir, normally we report this to your boss, but he's not here. We've got 2 reports of missing men in town. We're not sure what's going on. Waikesha's wife, Carissa, she approached us last night and said that Waikesha hadn't returned. But also there's someone missing this morning. Hefe's going to look at his list of names because we're going to pick a random guy who's also missing. There we go. No, not him. Tamalin Carrito is also missing. One of the merchants.
Okay.
Hasn't been seen all morning. Didn't report to his shop.
All right. Okay. I will beg my leave. Beg your pardon, Provost, but duty calls. I have to see to something. I hope you will be comfortable here.
Oh,
And
yes, we'll be fine, I'm sure.
great. I'm good. So Dudley will see about investigating the merchants. Well, I'll go away with the guard and make sure that I know who has been reporting the missing and go talk to whoever's reported first. So the wife, and, right?
Yeah, so you would go see Carissa first.
Yeah.
You guys have traveled with her once. When you guys went to go check the woods out for foresting capability with her and her husband Waikesha.
Okay.
She seems fraught when you get there, but she'll answer any questions you have.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw your husband?
Yesterday morning, he went out to work the forest with a bunch of the other men, but he didn't come home at the end of the night. I know they don't always travel together in a group, but he's usually the last one to close it down since he's the foreman of it. But he never returned. The guys said that they left him there, and he was supposed to be right behind them, and then he just never came home.
Okay. We'll go check with whoever should have been guarding that gate at that time and see if they saw him come through.
You check with Guard Lixo. Guard Lixo reports that last night he saw all the woodsmen come back with 3 wagons full of wood. They straggled in at different points, but he never saw Waikesha come back, no.
Okay. All right. See, talk to the guard captain and see if she can send an extra man out to the wood chopping area.
Sure.
And make sure that everybody stays close to that.
Okay. I mean, the wood choppers have already left for today, so I will send somebody to their area and try to make sure they all stay rounded up, and we'll look around. Sure.
And then we'll. So who reported the missing merchant?
That would have been Gabriel. Gabriel would have reported that he didn't open his shop that morning, and he poked around and reported to the guards.
Okay. All right. Let's ask around that area and see where Tomlin bunks.
Okay. You can get a hold of Tomlin's sleeping quarters. He shares a room with several other guys that aren't married.
Mhm.
kind of like a little apartment in what this settlement would hold. Nobody's there currently.
All right. Go find one of them, whoever I can figure out his purpose.
Sure.
We can go find
After
one.
gathering some information, you spend a couple of hours trying to find out whose roommates are. The guards are capable of giving you some information. You find your way to one of them, and his name is Vespa.
Hey, man, what's up?
It's Dudley, sir. Right?
Yep.
Nothing's up. What's up with you?
You seen Tomlin recently?
I mean, I saw him this morning. He was getting up and going to work.
Oh,
He was up
never
with all of
got.
us. He never got to his shop?
No, he did not.
Well, that's weird. I mean, he left this morning, so he should have gotten there.
Yeah, he should have. Okay, I'm gonna go very carefully between the sleeping quarters and the shop and see if I can spot anything.
Sure. You make your way through. I mean, as far as tracks, this is town, so it's traveled pretty.
Not looking for tracks. I'm looking for signs of disturbance. Since somebody neatened up the streets, see if there's anything knocked over or signs of struggles.
Nope, nothing like that. Everything looks just like you guys were making sure it looked prepared for people, other than more decorations for the festival tomorrow. You're not seeing a whole bunch.
And peculiar. Okay. What kind of shop did he run?
General wares, rope, leather straps, buckles, stuff like that.
Got it. All right. Well, not much to be done at this point in time. Just poke around in buildings I think are empty and see if I spot anything.
All right. You spend a good portion of the day looking, but you do not come up with Tumulin. Okay. I'm going to assume that you don't go back to the Mergen's Inn at any point while you're searching for the missing guys or guy. All right. After lunch is had, the groups pretty much settle themselves in, so you guys can do anything you'd like before the celebration dinner if you'd like to, or if not, we can fast forward to that.
I'm good.
Is I know I was busy for a few hours with Myrna. How far into the day did that take me waiting around for her and stuff?
The same thing as everybody else, basically to
So-
lunchtime. So you would
Okay,
have
till
some time
lunchtime.
before dinner. Yeah.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Everybody else good? Thumbs up if you're good. Everybody can smile. All right. Jer, still got people missing in the streets.
Yeah, be looking all day.
All right. We get to dinner time, which you guys are invited to. It is essentially happening in the largest structure you have, which is, second largest structure you have. The temple would be the largest structure you have. But it is a large meeting house set up as sort of the mayor's offices / community center, but it is nearby the town square. There's a large feast put out for you. All of you are there. All of your bigs are there except Virgil. All of the diplomats are there, including the ones that were busy all day today and will be busy during several other sessions. There is music playing, not by Dudley. There's an actual band playing music, which may may make some of you happy, may not. I don't know. Anyway, there's several discussions going on at the table. Everybody is enjoying themselves with food. I will give you guys a few moments to discuss anything you would like to discuss with each other before I interrupt with any other storyline.
Did you all have a good day?
anything-
My head is killing me.
Yeah, by the end of the day, you're terrible.
You think anyone would mind if I just went to bed?
If you can go to bed. You have another headache?
It
think
never
I-
went away.
Probably could. No, I mean, I didn't know you had a headache today.
Oh, I didn't sleep much last night at all.
Oh, okay.
No, as much as I'd like to
Mm.
say that's what you're thinking, is what you're thinking. No, that's not what happened at all.
Oh.
Yeah, I think just be careful around. Just keep your eyes open. I don't trust all the Visinaweddans that are here.
Oh. What? I spent literally all day with them.
Oh, and I kind of look towards Natasha's in the room now. I take it, Jess.
Yes.
I look at her and I say, "Not that one."
No, not that one. I didn't particularly look for her. She seems nice.
And she's quite lovely. Can't believe I turned her down. Now that I think about it.
Okay. All right.
Hey, have
Dudley.
you guys seen Tomlin or Rakasha today?
Who the hell's Tomlin?
Hmm.
Oh, he-
Chris, after a few seconds, you might remember that name as one of the people with shops that you worked on in the Mercantile. But no
Tomlin.
real
Oh, yeah.
personality. Really a lame duck as far as person goes. You're like, meh.
Yeah. What about him? He's missing?
Nobody's seen him today. Well, no, nobody's seen him since this morning.
Oh.
Do you think he might have just snuck off with someone?
Could be, but why?
I don't know.
Doesn't explain Rakasha.
No, I suppose not.
Do I know
Unless
that
he's
name?
Screwing
Yes.
around on his way.
You guys have traveled with Wakasha before.
Oh,
They didn't
Waikasha.
Yep.
They didn't seem the most stable couple. It wouldn't surprise me if he were screwing around on the side.
Is that your answer to everybody? You're like, no, he's
Yes.
fucking other people. He's fucking other people too. They're all fucking other people.
I adjust it. Not a single one of them.
All right. Third course of your meal comes while you guys are having this discussion, just proceeding food.
Oh, it's too much food. I'm not feeling it.
I think it's pretty good.
No, it's-
Always good food here at the Mergen.
No, you're not at the Mergen. You're eating somewhere else, technically.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
In the beast hall or whatever. Yeah.
Also, a pretty good dose of wine. No specialty drinks today, specifically. Looking at you, Shady.
Right. Oh, Erna is a vegetarian, so she's politely just kind of scooping the meat to the side and only eating the sides. But she's like, "Yeah, no, this is really good."
Sure.
Anybody? Dudley's like hardly touching his food and not seeming to enjoy what he is putting in his mouth.
Sure.
Anybody, as he's looking around the room, that he thinks should be here, who's not?
No. Everybody from all of the diplomatic parties are here. Like I said, your bigs are here. The mayor is here. There are a couple other people from the town that you would feel strike an importance enough to be here at this presentation. Nobody missing that you can think of. That shouldn't be. There are guards on the outline of the building. Basically, at all the entrances that you came in, there were guards. Again, trying to keep the peace.
Yeah. All right. Well, Dudley's going to stay vigilant and make sure Alagos doesn't wander off alone.
Gotcha. Okay. Go ahead.
Actually, yeah. All right, I get up to walk towards Natasha. Dudley, are you following?
No.
Okay.
I just don't want you to leave the perimeter.
All right, I'll walk up to Natasha wherever she's sitting.
Okay.
My lady.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Alagos.
About the book, you mentioned some payment.
She excuses herself from the table. She steps a little bit further away. I'm assuming you mean gold now, since you've passed up other opportunities.
Well, I would love to take you up on the offer of the other opportunities, but I'm not
Well-
interested in trading.
Yes, those opportunities are not on the table anymore. If you have a price, then there's a price, and if you do not wish to, then you do not wish to.
What did you want to pay for the book?
I have 200 gold on me now.
Mhm.
That's enough to convince you, then I'll buy it for 200. If not, we might have to have some other arrangement, as I don't have more money than that with me.
Very well, and you're staying the remainder of the week, yes?
I'll be here, yes, until after the dance.
All right, I'll think on your offer. Thank you.
Oh, great. I appreciate that. Thank you. She goes and sits back down with her group.
Go back to my where Dudley is.
Okay.
Dudley,
Mm-hmm.
if it would impose too much, perhaps you could have a closer look at that one.
Yeah, I hear you. You know, we need to have a talk about that at some point in time.
What's that?
Well, it's okay that you're asking me. I just don't want you to ever ask Virgil that.
Why is that?
It's complicated, but he could kill you. Um,
For
I'm gonna-
asking?
Chris,
Yeah.
while you're entertaining this conversation, and I'm sorry to interrupt it, but it's happening while he's talking to you. You catch her eye from where she's sitting further down the table and across, and she raises her glass to you, almost like as in a respect for at least making an attempt to think on it, and kind of like a toast to you, and then drinks.
I'll raise my glass, take a sip.
That was friendly.
I can be friendly when it's necessary.
Never doubted you.
Something about that one bothers me, though, Herna.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Oh, I am real upset for myself turning her down.
Well, if you don't
Alright.
trust her, why would you want to spend time with her?
I spend time with people I don't trust all the time. Present company excluded, of course.
Of course.
Oh. Why?
Well, perhaps I want something. Perhaps they want something. Perhaps we're helping one another.
Perhaps.
For instance, I have no reason to trust the Murgons beyond what I see. I'm happy to spend time with them.
Oh, they've been very kind to us, but I actually meant spend time in the more.
Oh, you're insinuating that trust is a prerequisite for that.
It
For
tends
sex, yes.
Oh, is that what we're talking about?
Yes. No, actually, I think it's simply a enjoyable pastime.
Oh, I feel very sad for you then.
Why? I've had wonderful times with people.
Okay, no, to each their own. I go back to eating my vegetables.
Dudley, not to get too off topic.
Right. Is she sitting in the middle of the room or towards the edge?
She is sitting towards the edge, on the same side you are sitting on. You're sitting across from Chris.
Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is get up, walk over so that I'm between her and the wall.
Sure.
Or no, excuse me, so that she's between me and the wall. We'll take a detect evil and move on casually.
All right.
Basically, I'm trying to get as narrow a field as possible, so I'm not looking at everybody.
Sure. You get a little bit of radiation from, well, I guess little bit doesn't apply. It's not detect magic. You radiate from Durst and from her.
Uh-huh. Okay. I will keep moving along, try to look casual. Get myself a refill or something.
Chris, I'm assuming you got that?
I did. I'll role play it as soon as it's appropriate.
Yeah, completely up to you.
Tilvelar and Herney will begin to see me begin coughing pretty violently at the table. And as I pull my napkin away, there's a little bit of blood.
I stand up immediately. What is that?
Sit down. I look down the table and I see if I make eye contact with Hope.
Mm-hmm. Eventually, sure. It doesn't look like she was paying much attention to you, but at some point you can catch her eye.
And just look down at my hand and say, Herna, we could please have Alith perhaps help me outside?
Yes, no, absolutely. I will go grab Alith and say, I need to see you rather urgently.
Okay. Oh, okay. Excuse me, people. Sorry. Young ones.
Tilvelar is paying much, much, much better attention to everyone around him at this point in a heightened state, and looking for anybody who seems to be out of place or doing anything suspicious.
As I'm waiting for Alith and Erda to come back, I hand my glass of wine to Tilvelar and say, keep an eye on that for me, would you?
Of course. I'll put a napkin over it. Put it in front of me.
As that movement continues on, Dudley, you are approached by a guard entering from the outside.
Uh-huh.
Sir, if I could trouble you for a few minutes? I've been sent with a message.
Okay. Go outside so we don't disturb anybody.
Mm-hmm. He goes, Tomlin, he showed back up. We found him, but he doesn't seem to know where he was or what was going on. He just lost the day, apparently.
Teleport?
Of course he doesn't.
In addition, we're missing another man, different. Wakesha hasn't returned yet, though.
Mm-hmm. Who's the missing man now?
Davidson, the carpenter. He's disappeared. His wife reported that he didn't come home for dinner tonight.
Right. Okay. Are Algos and the others coming out now?
Sure.
Right over there.
Alice will come with you. What seems to be the problem? She's looking at Herna and Alagos.
I don't know if it's simply me being sick, if I've been poisoned.
Poison?
I show her the bloody napkin. This can't be good.
You're spitting up blood? I don't understand.
Just now, yes.
Okay. She goes, well, I'm not super prepared for this, but she says, how do you feel?
Like, I want to throw up and my head's on fire and I can't tell what's from lack of sleep and what's from what.
You didn't sleep last night?
No, spent the night reading.
And so you haven't slept since yesterday?
Yes, but this can't be the cause of that.
No. It sounds like we're mixing two things together. It doesn't sound dire right this second. I don't have any magic prepared, do I? Cleric related?
The only spell I immediately checked because I was curious what she could do. I don't have neutralize poison prepared. I have death ward and restoration prepared. Those might be relevant, but
Might be. Death ward less so, but
right. And no
check.
lesser restorations.
right.
Leave it to the healer to say coughing up blood is not dire.
I'm just saying I don't have a whole lot that I can do for you other than cast some healing magic, but I'm assuming Herna has already tried.
No, but
I wasn't sure it would be. I mean, I can.
I mean, see if it's something internal. Maybe he's had too much food. I don't know.
Okay. I lay on hands Alagos.
no, I feel the same.
Actually, Chris, it's probably getting worse at this point.
I feel like I'm gonna throw up again.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks in terrible shape, Herna. Terrible.
Alice, do something.
I'll prepare it first thing in the morning. I mean, if he thinks it's poison, has he done anything else? What else were you doing today, Alagos?
Nothing. I went and talked to Myrna for a little bit, and I came here and sat around. Nothing.
What about the lady, the redhead?
What about her?
Did she poison you?
Tilvelar has the cup.
Okay.
Got to detect
Dudley,
poison?
did you get anything from her?
She's evil.
Of course she is. I shouldn't have drank that wine. Tilvelar has my glass. Someone needs to detect poison on that at some point.
Okay. I'm assuming no detect poisons tonight.
Was not prepared.
Okay. Well, herbalist, I'll give you a shot.
Okay. Oh.
Let's see. What did we mark as the number?
It's really hard to tell.
It's really hard to tell. Depends on if Hefe was nice and made it low.
I'll use my reroll. Fuck it. I rolled a 3. I can't do much worse. Okay. 18.
Well, you did,
18 is the number.
you did a little better. You think there is some poison in his glass?
There's just something in the. I think it might be poisoned.
Yeah.
I think it might be poisoned.
Yeah.
Alice will have to confirm in the morning.
By the way, Jess, the only reason I drank that is because I was trying not to metagame, you dirty bastard.
I know. Isn't that terrible, Chris, that I got you to drink it off of playing it? Oh.
That bitch poisoned me.
You don't know that for sure. Just to be clear.
Durst too. He's evil.
Durst has no reason to poison me. She does. She wants the magic I have.
Wait, what's wrong with Durst?
Why would she want your magic?
Why would you want your magic? All right.
What? No, can we roll back to the Durst thing? What's wrong with Durst?
Can we worry about me right now? We'll talk about Durst later?
Oh, yes. No, of course.
All right.
Okay, well, she's gonna probably try to finish this tonight if I'm not already dead by morning. So, get me somewhere out of sight, please.
Yeah.
All right. Pick them up. And
I will always.
I'm gonna take him to
carry him out of the room.
Well, no, we were already outside.
Oh, we're outside. We're outside. Yeah.
I'm gonna take him to Tilvelar's place, not his place.
Sure. I think that's a great idea. All right. You take him to Tilvelar's. Chris, on your way there, you literally you start to feel super drained. You are -2 levels as if you were level drained at this point.
Okay.
And you will stay in that effect until someone comes up with a cure for you or you pass away. You are safely at Tilvelar's. Tilvelar is eyeing everyone suspiciously. You've drawn a small commotion for the activity, but you didn't make it obvious by retreating from the room ahead of time, so there isn't like a huge thing going on. The rest of the night, I don't know who's going with you other than Dudley. The rest of the night can proceed in the dinner party until it ends. In case anybody wants to do anything, let me know. Dudley, I'm assuming you're going to stay on guard.
If nobody else came, yeah, I'm not leaving his side.
I'll stay with him.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
stay with him too, but I'll be right back. It's doggy time.
Okay, so you all leave the dinner party early and go to stay with Alagos. Okay.
If they're there, then I'm going back, and I'm gonna look around for suspicious activity.
Sure.
Dudley, don't do anything stupid. Don't trust them.
Dinner party goes off like there wasn't a poisoned guy in the room, and nobody seems to have any other negative interactions from anything.
All right. All right. So I need.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to make sure that. Assume that. Well, we should make sure that the guard captain knows that. I should assume that. Oh, let me know.
You assume that the guard captain what?
Is getting the same reports that I am about the missing people.
Yeah, she's the one passing that information on to you to share.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's see what. Gosh, I hate to do this. Let's see if I can catch. Well, they're gonna. I'll be there. I'll just see if I can discreetly follow the women, the ladies from the forest, and see what make sure that if any of them go off alone, that I'm following them terribly.
So trying to follow silently, just to clarify before I continue on.
I'm following from a distance, and I'm not sneaking because what's the point?
Right.
But I'm not going up and saying, hi, I'm following you.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. Absolutely on the way back to the Murgon's Inn for the sexy five. One of them does break off. Is on Crystal. Takes her leave and makes her way through town.
All right, I will follow her.
Okay. After about 20 minutes, she seems to find a specimen that she thinks is of the right type and starts to have a conversation with a gentleman. And then they proceed behind a building and start having sex.
Okay. I will wait.
All right. Dudley, you spend about an hour and 15 minutes.
Hour and 15 minutes? Who is this guy? Sorry, go ahead.
It sounds like they did it multiple times. There was a short break in between, Chris. Come on.
All right, we'll pillow talk. All right, cool.
And then at some point, she comes back out and continues on her path. The guy does not come back out, so at this point I need to know.
I'm going to go in then and see what kind of state he might be in if he's there.
Great. You follow around to the back of the building. He is out cold. His pants are still slightly opened, but they're pulled back up again. He has the biggest smile on his face, but he is comfortably asleep.
Okay.
On the ground behind the building.
Gonna pick him up and we're gonna go to Tilvelar's place.
We'll start a little clinic.
Tilvelar's gonna get home and be like, what the heck?
What's all these dying people doing in here?
All right. Later on during the evening, Alagos is unconscious, sleeping it off. Dudley shows up with some guy, and there you are, Herna.
Who is this?
We got it. We know his name.
Sure. I got their names. Let me pick one out here. This is Carter to the shipwright. He doesn't really have a
Carter?
real job anymore because, the ship left. But he helped with
Right.
the docks.
Okay.
All right. He had a run in with one of our visitors from the forest. You know, the ones with the
Shouldn't have invited those women. Monsters.
But he seems happy.
Okay, sexual assault is still sexual assault, even if you enjoyed it.
No surprise.
They obviously have some kind of magical dominion.
Tilvelar in the room for this conversation.
Sure. He's only half listening, though, because he's petting his dog.
Whatever, just put him down.
Okay.
I do a heal check on the guy.
He's in perfect health.
23. Perfect health. Yeah, he's just sleeping. I'm really worried about Alagos. I do a heal check on Alagos. Oh, 12. That's... he looks fine, actually.
Wait. Hold on. I haven't rolled a die today.
Oh,
Man,
he looks fine.
Chris, you're gonna die. Your friends are useless.
Nice.
I don't know
No.
what's wrong with him.
No, it'll be fine. Okay, so do we still have the glass of wine?
I mean, y'all left. I guess Tilvelar could have brought it with
Tilvelar
him.
brought it with him, yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Looking at it, do I think there's any way at all I can synthesize any kind of a antivenom?
Let's do your roll, herbalism lady.
32.
Hey. Yeah. You think from some of the ingredients you've seen around the forest, you might be able to do that, and not just the forest, but town as well.
Sure. Dudley, do you think you could stay with him? I think maybe, it's worth a try. I'm gonna try to make an antivenom or something.
So, Shady, with that roll, hold on, scrolling. You know that the poison looks like something similar to, and the reason I say similar to is because you've already had this run-in with the mushrooms.
Mhm.
Similar to something called Widow's Kiss, which is an ingested poison
Ooh. Yeah.
that is ridiculously... Did you look it up?
Yeah, I have the poisons page pulled up.
Okay, so very similar, super poisonous. The DC's almost impossible to make, especially with Chris taking fatigued for the day. Plus, storyline wise, I didn't allow you to roll, Chris, because probably won't kill you with it. Again, your friends aren't being super helpful, but
Right.
Come on, I'm doing my best.
No, I know, I'm fucking with you. So you think it's something similar to that, so you know you could build an antidote for this. Again, similar to. You're hoping that would be enough to make it work.
Okay.
And again, I stress that only because of the mushroom conversation we've had before, where I was like, this looks like this.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you would also know, just like it says on that little poison chart that you've already taken the time to look up, Chris has a couple days left to live before he'll die.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Conveniently, by the way, just enough days to die before the diplomatic services are over. It's almost
That
like
is
the poison
convenient.
was designed for this setting. All right.
I'm gonna punch her. I'm gonna punch her in her stupid fucking face.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Herna, I can't be of much use here. I'll go with you. Tilvelar can watch over Alagos.
Yeah, I think you would trust Tilvelar to protect him. Yeah, okay, you should come with me in case she tries to intercept my efforts. I don't know how much she knows. Well, no, she probably knows much of my abilities here, because I've talked about it a lot. Okay. Yeah, no, come with me. I'll write up a list.
Let's go to the woods. I'm good in the woods.
Yeah, you can help me find.
so you guys are doing this by yourself at night.
Yes.
Okay. Just
Alagos, you hang in. We'll be back soon. You're gonna be.
Yeah. All right, back. Okay.
Oh, oh no.
all right.
It was in town, right?
Huh?
She said some of it was in town, right?
Some of it
So
absolutely is in town. Yes.
we can start with that because
Yep.
See what we can find without leaving the gates.
Sure.
Yep.
Yep. You bang on some doors, you wake some folks up because, after all the time involved in the tracking of people and the bringing them back after they were sexed, it is now late evening. But anything in town that you needed, you have gathered up.
Okay.
You could still probably do with a couple of things from out in the woods, 2 or 3 miscellaneous, unimportant items that you know you need for this remedy.
Okay. I think we can find them pretty close to the gate, but we're gonna have to go out there just for a couple of things. Otherwise, it's gonna be a lost cause.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. You guys leave the gates of town, letting the guards know. You can't find anything nearby. You do have to venture forward. You spend most of the rest of the night traveling to enough of the forest, and while you do hear cheebits in the darkness in different places, you are not accosted by any cheebits.
Okay.
You gather up what you need, and you bring it back to town. Herna, you spend the rest of the night making up the remedy, so you will be fatigued tomorrow.
Okay.
You give it to Chris, and he ingests it. Chris, we'll let you know after you sleep off some and see how this does for you.
You got it.
So you guys have a remedy in your teammate and a new day in front of you. It sounds like nobody got sleep except Alagos tonight. I'm assuming Tilvelar was brave and stayed up all night watching his friend.
Well, Alice did because we need her to come back and.
Alice
you know.
needed to get some sleep, right, in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure all of her restorations and neutralize poisons and all that stuff's ready tomorrow.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
The problem is going to be diamond dust, but.
So I'm fatigued.
No, it's
Check.
not a problem.
Okay.
Yes, you're fatigued if you stayed up all night and guarded.
Oh.
How's our other friend who was sleeping it off? Carter.
Oh, he wakes up. Carter wakes up in the morning. Doesn't know who any of you guys are. After a little bit of refreshing, he'll remember who you are, and then he'll be like, "What day is it?"
It's Tuesday.
Tuesday. I didn't go home last night. I'm in so
You
much
sure didn't?
trouble. I'm in
Wait.
so much trouble.
Wait, are you married?
Yes.
Oh, you're a bad person.
Why am I a bad person? I don't even know what happened to me. Why
Get
am I
out!
with you guys?
Go away! Get out of here!
He
I shoo him out.
wraps some stuff and just runs out the door.
Asshole!
I don't know.
Oh, who's that guy?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
How are you feeling?
How am I feeling, Jesse?
You feel well enough to walk around. You are still coughing up blood, sir.
Shit. Okay, I did what I could. I'm gonna go get Ella. I'm gonna go get
Good
Ella.
idea. Myrna has the materials she'll need.
Okay. Cool. All right. I go get Aleph, and she has 2 neutralized poisons prepared and 2 restorations prepared.
Okay. Well, we can get that over with now. So, as researched, neutralized poison, Chris does nothing for you.
Okay.
It still seems to be in your system. And you can decide this, Shitty, because it's your character. I know Myrna wouldn't care about the diamond dust if Alagos was in trouble. So does she feel like she needs to cast it a second time, like maybe she did something wrong, or does she understand that she did
The
it right?
restoration is the diamond dust, so that's.
Oh,
Yeah, the
no.
neutralized poison you don't need diamond dust for.
Gotcha.
It's just a time-intensive spell.
Yeah, then she probably would cast it again, but it still has no effect for this particular thing, as
This
discussed.
is beyond my abilities, apparently.
Well, that's wonderful.
It sure is. I will still cast a restoration to perhaps give you more time to figure this out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we need to go talk to the lady. I want to go beat her up.
We can't prove anything. If Virgil was here, perhaps he could deal with it. But
Mhm.
Well, then let's go get Virgil.
he's days away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris is
Wow.
dead if you wait for Virgil.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't think we have much choice but to ask, at least.
Hmm.
Ask what?
If she poisoned you.
I think she's going to say yes.
I think it might also benefit us to ask our other friends to see if they've seen anything like this before, and might know if it was some other source, if it wasn't poison in the wine or something else.
Oh, actually, as it's now morning, she would
Mhm.
detect poison just to confirm. Aleth would.
100%. It is a poison.
It was in the wine. I mean, he might also be poisoned from something else.
He could
Maybe
absolutely be
that's
poisoned
why-
from something else. You didn't keep anything else, so other than the cup, you know that he was poisoned from that, and so you have poison in the cup and poison in Alagos at this point.
I think it best if we speak with our friends.
Aleph, if you really want to push the issue, you could question her tomorrow, I suppose, under a truth spell.
Yes, I'm sure
But
I
that
could.
is
but
politically delicate, to say the least.
If we have a murderer in our midst, then I'm willing to forgo a great many pleasantries with our people.
Did the restoration do anything, Jesse?
No, because the poison is still in your system. If it had been removed, it would have brought you back up at least one of the levels.
Okay. Well, there's nothing more we can do.
We can't just let you die. Let's go talk to the lady at least. Or no, we may not want to tip her off.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it because nobody else has said it yet. They're also completely removed from this point for conversation. You would have to make some pretty heavy accusations just to get somebody to let you into those diplomatic negotiations right now, or catch them after they're over each day.
And we can't trust Durst either. I'm asking. Dudley.
Yeah, gotcha.
Doesn't look like it.
Well, fuck. Well, I am loath to say it, but the forest ladies. Do you think this is
Yeah.
something that we could ask them about? They're familiar with the forest.
It's entirely possible. Unless, of course, they set all this up and they're actually behind it.
Okay. Cheery this morning, aren't you?
Dudley, ever
Why
positive.
not possibilities?
I think it's
Okay.
best if we speak to them about it, and the Murgons as well.
No, perhaps Aurora might have something to say about it.
So just for the sake of trying everything, I also would have cast a delay poison just to see if we can give him a little bit more time. Do I feel like it's had any effect?
And why don't you go ahead and read it off rather than me looking it up, since you probably got it in front of you.
Right there.
Perfect.
Any poison in the system does not affect the subject until the duration has expired. So I mean,
conceivably, what are you adding? You're adding
10 hours.
Okay, right, because it's Aleph, not you.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. You could probably add 10 hours of casting to his time.
Okay.
I suggest that we take the young ladies into our confidence and see if they have any ideas. They seem like good folks to me. I think they'd want to help.
Well, you can tell if they're good folks, right? Like by their nature, I mean, not like of their intentions or anything, but
We really have to have that discussion.
but it's just a, you know, Eris still tells you, hey, this person's not good, right? Like, what more of?
Anyway, do you think that's okay to ask those girls? They seem nice to me.
Why not?
There's no reason not to, I suppose.
I agree.
Okay, let's see if we can ask them individually to come here without telling why first.
Okay. I assume Aleph at some point would need to go back to, what she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, then she would leave after she cast the delay poison. But she would come back and cast it again because she has two
Right.
prepared.
Sometime tonight, right?
I'll start with Provost Amber. I'm gonna try to find her.
Sure. They are not at the Mergen's Inn. By this time, all three parties would be at the hill that rolls down towards the docks, being prepared to enter a cheese rolling competition.
Provost Amber, might I have a brief word?
I mean, it's going to be my turn. So, when do you need? How can I help you?
And then lowering his voice and kind of leaning down a bit.
Summer leans in with you.
Yeah, and I make direct eye contact with Summer as if I'm definitely including her in the conversation.
Sure.
One of my companions has taken very ill. We suspect it's poison. I wonder if maybe your people have encountered this before and can help us determine what it is.
I'm trained on a great many things for the forest. I mean, she starts rambling off a list, but also keeps looking over her shoulder to make sure she does not miss her turn. This is just you. So you hear a list of things, Mark. You can write it down or try to remember by memory. But she lists off about 8 items that sound like they may help with that condition.
Okay. I'll get them by memory.
All right.
And I head on back.
Okay.
And talk to my what's it? Alchemist? Not alchemist. What's her name?
Herbalist.
Herbalist friend. She said, bloody, 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 blah.
Right, which is exactly what you just spent all last night doing.
Damn, yeah, we tried that. Thank you for your time doing that. Okay, so it wouldn't help to bring her in.
Just tell Jonah to bring Hope here.
Little girl? Okay.
Yeah,
But Durst will probably come too.
that's fine. I'm not worried about Durst. Durst didn't do this.
Okay. All right then. All right, I would go. I would go because I have probably the best relationship with these goobers.
Sure. So, you didn't talk to Tilvelar, so you go back through the same process of searching for where they might be in town. You find
I
out.
assumed the cheese, but
Did you assume the cheese, or just because I said cheese earlier?
No, she was excited about the cheese.
She was excited about the cheese. All right. You get there after it has wrapped up. It looks like the festival music is no longer running, and there seem to be some people still celebrating the cheese festival, and other people being broken up by guards. but you guys missed that. So it looks like a small fight broke out between townspeople and the Murgons about Princess Brill winning the cheese rolling competition,
Oh my god.
and that it was unfair or rigged by those damn Murgon people.
Oh my
Um,
god.
and you do run into Hope and Durst at that point.
Hope, sweetheart, do you remember when you spoke to Alagos yesterday?
Yes, I mean the first day. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, 2 days ago. It's been a week. The two of you, we would like to continue that conversation privately. If, of course, Durst, you can come too.
He wants to see me again. Is he okay?
No, sweetheart, he's not.
He's not okay.
No.
So he got really sick.
Yes. Gravely.
I was worried he would get very sick. I tried to tell him not to get very sick.
Well,
okay.
yes, you did.
Let's go.
Okay.
All
How does Durst seem?
Well, why don't you roll me a sense motive check?
Why don't I? 20.
Durst seems confused as to why you would want to have a conversation with Hope, but is happy to go along with whatever the little girl wants.
Okay. I continue to be sickeningly sweet to Durst and Hope.
Good. He continues
Not-
to hit on you like he normally would in a light-hearted way in front of the child.
Okay. Lovely. Great. Okay.
All right. You
I'll
get
escort
to
them back.
Tilvelar's place. Lots of people crammed into a small box.
It ain't much, but it's home.
Right? Okay. Hope and Durst enter.
Do I feel any different with Hope nearby?
You feel confident that nothing bad can happen to you, Chris. You're still coughing up blood and retching every once in a while, but you feel like this will get better.
Do you feel hopeful?
I think I do, apparently. Say, is this what you saw?
I mean, it looks close to it. It's always fuzzy, but I mean, this is what I thought I saw.
And did you see anything else? Anything after this, or just this?
I just saw you. I saw you with the blood in the napkin over and over again. The two times is just coughing and blood and coughing and blood. I knew it looked bad. You looked bad.
Tilvelar looks at his Murgon necklace.
Yes.
And sees a waxing crescent moon.
Uh-huh.
Because I just rolled a 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that.
No, I got you.
I don't know if you want to read that, but he's going to hand the necklace to Alagos.
Okay.
So, as an immediate action upon being affected by a cursed disease or poison. I'm being affected.
Yeah.
I guess I can't do it after the fact.
Nope.
Oh, never mind then. All right, sorry.
It's okay.
I was trying.
I know you were. All right. Tilvelar makes some motions and then tucks the amulet back in his shirt and just quiets down.
Hope whatever gift the gods have given you, be open to it. They don't give information for no reason.
That's what my mom says. She says that I should try to use the visions to help people, and that's what I try to do.
You tried. Just do me a favor. If anything comes to mind in the next day or two, let me know.
If I have any new visions about you, Alagos, I will let you know. I'll let Herna know, or you know for sure. I hope
Thank
you
you.
get better.
I nod and lay back down.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
I will ask Durst. Sir, do you have any notions about that anybody in your party may have stooped to this?
In my party? Wait, you mean us? Nope. No, not. Why would we do something to Alagos?
I
mean,
really
He
don't know. I
He
mean,
hasn't
he's
been the
annoying, but
friendliest.
Yeah, there's no reason to do something like this to him. That
Well, I agree, but I didn't know if maybe you thought differently.
no. I wish the man well. I was worried about him yesterday, or the day before yesterday. Because it's been a week. When Hope gave him the bad news. I mean, she told me what she told him, and it's a bummer, but she's usually right.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Right? I mean, you think I did something? Or Jonah?
No,
Taja?
no. Maybe. No.
he seems to have had some interest in something that Alagos owns.
What did she have of interest?
I don't know, some book, right?
Don't know anything about books. You mean one of the books that we gave him?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Yeah, no, I wouldn't know anything about it. It was more of a fuck you gift than anything. I mean,
I heard that.
sorry, man. I mean, it was orders. I thought it was funny though. It's funnier than shit. I mean, she does magic. I don't know if books are her thing, not mine. I don't know.
What
She does
kind of
magic?
magic have you seen her do?
She casts spells.
Great.
I mean, missiles sometimes, fire stuff, a couple other things. I don't know. I mean,
Evocation magic? Nothing else?
evocation. What?
Yes. Okay. I think it's time we spoke to her.
Oh, about what?
I don't know. Oh. Okay. We'll talk to you later, Durston Hope. Thank you for coming. I'm trying to gently shoo them out.
Okay. They gently shoo away. When you
Hey.
get him outside the tent, he'll stop for a second and turn back and go, "You gonna have any free time later?"
What?
Just checking.
No. What?
All right. Sorry. You know what? It's okay.
Maybe
go.
when my
Yeah.
friend isn't dying.
Is he dying?
Probably.
Okay. I mean, he's still talking. He's
I'll
joking
talk to you
around.
later, Durst.
All
Bye.
right. Goodbye. I'm going. I'm watching with the kid. Go.
Your friend's dying and all, but hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
All right. I go back inside, annoyed,
Okay.
and we need to go through her things at the very least, shouldn't we?
Sure.
Go through her things. What are you talking about?
Well, if she poisoned you, odds are she has more poison. Maybe she's gonna try to kill all of us. We don't know.
No, don't do that.
Don't do
Tomorrow,
that.
tomorrow, Aleph can prepare a zone of truth, and they can have a conversation. It's that simple.
Okay, what if you died tonight, though? Maybe she has like some kind of antidote or
No.
something.
As long as Aleph can delay this, that should be fine.
Well, she can, but okay. All right.
Just make sure I've got 24 hours a day worth. So 3 of those a day.
Yeah, you've got 20 hours covered, so you're gonna be 40 hours unprotected overnight, but for the next morning,
Right.
you'll be good.
We'll stress this out over your entire lifetime.
Literally, though.
Oh god.
Well, eventually, I can start doing it myself. So, like,
Yeah, just a few levels from now, you'll be fine.
well, actually, I can take a, it's a life oracle thing,
Sure.
the revelation.
I love you building your character around Chris's possibilities.
My handicap.
Your handicap, yeah. All right. Anything else anybody'd like to do?
When they do the zone of truth, Nerlin will want to be there as well and do a detect desires.
Yeah, I think you guys are way ahead of yourselves before Zone of Truth, assuming. But continue on. That's a lot of bums, Jer.
I'm gonna wait till.
I'll go talk to the Murgon princess and see if she knows anything. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait till Herna takes a break and Alagos is asleep, and then I'm gonna look for that book.
Oof. Okay.
Yeah, I will have to go sleep at some point,
You
unfortunately.
absolutely will. So rather than metagaming, I mean, because Chris knows he'll be in and out of consciousness, obviously. That really comes down to Herna. When are you going to bed, or trusting the paladin not to betray your trust?
I don't expect that the paladin would betray my trust at all.
Okay,
So I
fair
go
enough.
back to my space and I go to sleep.
All right. So you, sir, can certainly rifle through his things. I mean,
Well, you're gonna have to go to his house. This is Tilvelar's house.
but he's carrying it on him. I'm
I don't
assuming.
know
Oh,
that he
okay.
knows about that though.
No, I know he doesn't, which means all he can do is rifle through your things. So that comes down to, yeah, I'm sure you have more than one book too. You at least have
Oh
your
yeah,
spell book,
he'll
right?
that'll be with me in my haversack as well. But
Yeah,
all the books except for the one that matters are in my house.
right.
So I got 2 books.
You got 2 books.
Right. All right. Well, one I've seen him with, right, every day. So I know that's probably not it. So let's
Right.
go with the other.
Well, the other one has words you can read and even make sense. It's terrible.
Yeah. I'll leaf through it, see if it looks like anything dangerous to me.
Nope. If you're leafing through, sooner or later you'll get to the torn out pages and the stuffed in pages that look like more stuff from the first book.
All right.
To you, nothing in particular somebody would want to kill somebody over.
Yeah. Okay. I will sit there until the next time Alagos wakes up.
All right. Are you putting it back, or you're holding it out so that he can see that you have it out when he wakes up?
I'm just holding it.
Okay, fair enough.
It's just a book to him.
Yeah, to him it's just, what the fuck is this about? Jesus, it's just a book. Clearly somebody wants him dead for something other than the book.
Can't
Okay.
be the book. It's not
Can't
the
be the
book.
book. All right, so Tilvelar, you end up getting with Princess Brill, who seems greatly frustrated by the fact that there was an outbreak earlier today. Guards that are extra at the inn because Rourke had to put down a villager who got too close to Brill. When I say put down, I mean put down to the ground, not killed outright. But she seems slightly frustrated, but other than that, she says hello. Tilvelar, how are you?
Hello, my friend. I am so sorry for what happened at the cheese race.
Oh, don't be sorry. I won. I got a ribbon.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if perhaps you may be of some small help. One of my companions, he's taken deathly ill. We believe it's some sort of poison that's been given to him. And
Oh.
just kind of. Do your people? And I just describe everything that we've seen.
Sure.
And what we've tried. And do your people know of anything of this nature, or?
I mean,
is there anything in the ocean or in the sea that we may apply that could help him?
Aruo might know something. He's kind of a shaman of our people. He has some magics like that. Nothing I have would help with poison or anything like that.
Could you ask him to come see me at his earliest convenience?
Sure. When they're out of session today, I will ask.
Thank you.
Where will you be?
I will be in my home, and I'll give her directions to my home.
Okay. She takes those directions down. I will pass on the information. I can't guarantee that he'll come to see you, but I'll at least let him know what your concerns are.
Thank you, Princess Brill. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, Tilvelar. Thank you again.
I'll head on out.
All right. Okay. Anything anybody else has that they would like to do beforehand?
I'm sorry. Am I still sleeping?
I mean, if
Or
you're
is it
trying
the
to get
next
a
morning?
true night's sleep, no, it hasn't been the next morning yet. Tilvelar was just doing something else while Jer was doing his rifle for the books.
I'm just waiting for Alagos to wake up so we can talk.
Okay.
I'll just be taking a full night's sleep then.
Perfect. All right, so you guys sleep over and through. Dudley, Alagos is going to sleep through. just to try to get to some semblance of rested. It sounds like Herna is sleeping through. Tilvelar, you haven't slept yet. Neither has Dudley.
Yep.
I realize we're running protection duty hardcore now, but I need to know who at least is staying up, or both of you.
I will sleep tonight.
All right. So Dudley, somewhere in the evening, you are approached by Aurork first, or
Okay.
Uo, or Uo. Will look over Alagos, cast a couple of spells if you'll let him, and then tell you that there isn't much he can do to help him. It looks like there's magic in place on him already, but he definitely knows that there is poison flowing through his veins. He's not familiar with the same kind of poisons that you have on land that they worry about in the ocean. And he makes his departure. Shortly thereafter, Matron Melody will stop by as well with Provost Amber and Gazan Summer. And she asked to check in on Alagos because Amber had let her know that he was poisoned, and with the extremity of what it's been described as, she is worried that you may not have anything to heal him with.
We do not. Come on in.
She goes over the remedy that Amber gave you.
I've been told we tried that already.
See, your healer came to the same conclusion. Yes, I was worried about that. I think we need to. I think we need to have him go drink some of the healing water from the forest.
Okay.
Dudley's like, okay.
Amber knows the way. Her and Summer can escort you tomorrow when your friends are awake, but you should take him there and have him drink as soon as possible.
All right. All right.
Okay?
Yep.
She thanks you for allowing her to visit, and she goes back to the Murguns Inn.
All right.
All right. So Dudley is now on day 2 of wide awake and
Yeah.
sleepy, but everybody else will wake up in the morning. It is a day 4.
Okay.
Now, a couple things before I get too far. One, it is 7:37. You are essentially on your 4th day, which means you made it through 3 of them, which has taken longer than I thought it would. But you're all role playing very well, and this was meant to be a full role playing session. It has just taken longer than I expected some of the sessions to, which is absolutely okay. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to gauge time. Do we want to try to finish day 4 and then we can pick up from there when we come back next week?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you were all awake that morning. Again, Dudley at some point may want to go to sleep since he's on 2 days full. The rest of you have slept enough now to not be fatigued anymore, except for Alagos and his condition. You weren't early morning risers, so the breakfast portion of the day has passed, but you're all awake.
Well, Alice would have come back first thing to cast a delay poison.
Got it?
And she's got 2 more of those. So
Sure. Well, I'm sure she came back sometime in the night for Dudley and cast delay poison on him again, and then cast it again this morning before she had to start sessions.
well, she also probably would have cast a lesser restoration on Dudley just to, revitalize him a little bit.
Sure, that works for me.
At least stave off the exhaustion.
Yep. She'll probably even compliment him on the fact that he's stayed to protect his friends as long as he has. I mean,
You know her too well.
Yeah.
I do.
So what are we doing?
We have 2 options.
Okay.
We can the ladies say that they can take you to some healing water in the forest that could help.
Mm-hmm.
and we can try to bargain with this.
What are you talking about? Bargain how?
You're convinced that she's the one that did it and she wants it? Maybe that's enough.
No. Let's go to the forest.
Are you fit to travel in your condition, Alagos?
I'm fine. Let's go.
Okay, can you summon one of your ponies so you can at least have somewhere to rest?
Yes, I can. It's not a horrible idea.
Not a horrible idea.
Okay. All right.
All
Nice. All right, so let's do that. Check. How far away is there these healing waters?
Well, you haven't gotten with any of the Festicons, so Fasticons. I'm assuming you want to check in with them first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You make your way to the Mergan's Inn. You meet up with Provost Amber and Gazan Summer, and they tell you it'll take about a day to get there, which means about a day to get back, give or take. I mean, if
That's
you push
fine.
hard enough. Okay. They're happy to show you.
If we leave, that means that you're not going to have those spells anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the delay poison?
10
Yeah.
hours
No.
today, but not tonight's, right?
Mm-hmm. So we need to get there today.
Yeah.
Do
Or
we have means of traveling that quickly?
I said it's a day's travel, right?
Mhm.
We have to force march, but
Okay.
All right. Then you guys make your way out the town gates. You are not
Alith would recast the spell just to give us maximum time, though.
sure.
I would pull her out of the meetings or whatever.
Pull her out of the meetings.
Yeah.
Okay. You will get chastised for interrupting important things that are going
Chastise me! Chastise me,
on.
bitch!
She does. She chastises you, and then she still. Look, I know you're worried about your friend. She casts the spell again. And then you make your way out of town. You spend most of the day traveling. A couple things to point out. One, well, we'll get to that later. You guys arrive as you're traveling. Let me try to start this a different way. As you're traveling, you realize you've been along this path before. Obviously, you travel Myrna's Road for a good portion of it. When you get to the forest, you're chasing the westerly edge of the forest rather than traveling through the forest. At a certain point, you pass the edge of the end of the river, which is where you turn the tree. And just a bit further north, you get to an area you are familiar with because you had your first meeting with
Bear!
with a bear. When you are about 15 minutes out from the bear's spring that you've seen before, you hear deep rumbling moans and weeping. Anybody want to do anything before you continue to proceed? You're about 15 minutes out. It's very faint right now.
just to rewind a little bit, Jess, sorry. I wanted to, Dudley has that spell in his hand. After we leave,
Yep.
Dudley, can I have that back? That doesn't seem like something you should be holding.
Actually, I think I'm going to hold on to it for a little while longer. You're not in any shape if somebody comes after it. They could take it from you. I'll keep it safe.
It's not my concern. I don't think you should be holding it.
Why?
Because you're too good, you doof.
Is it evil magic?
What do you mean too good?
Fair enough. Never mind. Keep going.
Wait, what exactly is in this book, Alagos?
I'm not entirely convinced that that spell or the complete spell that it creates is one of a goodly nature. I just don't think our paladin friend should be touching it.
Oh. Okay.
I could be
Should I
wrong.
destroy it?
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
fair.
If it's not good, should I destroy it? No, I'm not going to destroy it.
No, I don't know if it's evil, but based on what's happening because of it, I don't know. But no, destroying it would be a mistake.
Especially when we don't know if we possess the ability to save your life without
At some point, assuming we get through today, we need to find the other half of this and figure out what it is.
it. Well, would it be in the books, the ones that you received from the Visnoedans?
No, I'm pretty sure she has the other book.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
She wanted this book, and I refused to give it to her. And here we are.
Here we are. Well, she can't have this book then. Absolutely not.
I am almost entirely convinced that the spell is what she's after. I actually entertained the thought of selling her the book without the spell. But then I thought maybe there's something I'm missing, so I decided against it.
Well, you could have at least gotten some gold out of it for your trouble.
See?
All right, let's
You
be
read my
clear.
mind.
Let's be clear. He could have got gold and sex out of the deal and just not poisoned, right? Like she, jeez. All right.
He wanted that spell, goddammit,
Mhm.
Hefe.
I don't know what you're talking about. When I write stories up, I don't think Chris is gonna bite at the sexy redhead and then leave her alone and then not pick up this. I don't know any of that's gonna happen. All right.
Sure. That's why you were talking about poison last week.
I was researching poison, which interesting sub fact: neutralize poison doesn't do it if it's not a venom. It takes the next level of spell, which I never
don't
knew
have
before.
the ability to cast.
Which you don't have the ability to cast, which made it perfect. It's yeah, it's
back up. Sorry, go ahead.
no, it's really interesting. The wording on neutralize poison. It only covers venoms, and the next higher level covers all poisons, which is crazy. All right. Anyway, go ahead. You were going to say something, Chris.
Well, back to the bear. I'll cast mage armor on myself.
Sure. All right. Mage armor up.
I'm ready.
Yeah, me too.
All my buffs running.
Right. All right.
And,
you guys get closer. The growling / moaning / sobbing gets closer and louder as you get closer to. You arrive at the break where the spring is. The spring is there. Several of the trees towards the back part of the spring, and for the sake of putting it up, since we have that map, we'll bring the spring up. I wasn't originally going to, but there's no reason not to. Move this over. All right. Towards the back of the spring, there are several trees toppled down, and you see the very large version of the bear, not your bear, but the big bear, is laying on the backside of the forest. There are trees toppled in its wake as it just made room to lay down, and it is laying there whimpering and sobbing.
Oh.
that's not good.
Guys, wait here for a second. I'm gonna move forward slowly, arms out, no weapons.
Mm-hmm. At some point, Dudley, maybe halfway towards the spring, the bear will look over its shoulder at you and then look back to the direction it's looking at, which is on the other side of its very large body, which you cannot see.
Okay, I will circle around at a respectful distance.
When you clear enough of her body to see what is in front of her, you see a couple of things. The first thing you notice is a bear, similar to the one that you saw here at the spring that was guarding the spring, is downed in front of her. It looks mangled in several ways and is clearly not alive anymore. That keeps your attention for a couple of seconds. You can see what she's distraught about. About 15 to 20 feet further to the... See, the way you guys are facing through the spring is to the east. So further to the east, about 15 feet or so, you can make out, and it's hard to tell who, but you can make out a human body strung up between trees by its legs and its hands in a pattern of an X, with large amounts of its open chest cavity and bowels just hanging from its body. There seem to be several ritualistic things carved into the trees and the body itself, but that is also nearby.
Well, that's all disturbing. Ugh.
Is it safe, Dudley?
Sort of. If you can come, but this isn't good.
Go drink the water. The bear doesn't seem in any condition to stop you.
All right. I move up to the water slowly.
Bear doesn't make any motion to you other than when it looked over its shoulder the first time to acknowledge Dudley.
Here goes nothing. Put my hands in and drink some.
Yep, you see fish flutter out of the way. There are fish in this pond. You can see now that you're closer than you've ever been to it, now that there's not a giant bear protecting it. There is a good amount of water pulsing in the center, almost like it's bubbling, but it's not pushing up like a real fountain would, just coming enough to the top to show you that there's more water coming in from time to time.
Okay.
Okay. You pull the water up in your hand and start taking it in, and you immediately start to feel better. You get 1 level back for right now, and literally everything starts to feel better as you take in the water. You take in another couple of handfuls just because it feels good, and you want to make sure you're 100%. But you feel better. All the
All
while,
right.
the moaning
Stand
and
up.
sobbing.
Stretch a little bit.
You good?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay.
Summer asks you, did the water help?
Yeah, I think so. I feel better already.
Yes.
Not 100%, but I think I'm on the mend.
Amber apologizes. I wish I had known it was more serious than what I tried to help with yesterday. I could have recommended this yesterday. I'm so sorry.
No, you're a true friend for helping. But the bear, why does she cry?
I'm not sure. We've never seen her like this.
At this point in time, Dudley is going to pull out his ukulele and sing a dirge.
Ooh, okay. Dudley starts playing some dark music.
I walk around over by Dudley to see what he sees.
Yeah, I would follow.
Okay. As you each roll up, you each drop your jaw just a little bit as you see first the bear because it's large and obvious. And then off to the distance, you see a human strung up.
Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's disgusting.
Herna, can you tell what killed her cub?
Oh, the baby? Yeah, let me check.
That's bigger than all of us. Yeah, that baby.
The baby.
Dudley's going to give you a look as you get close to wait.
Again, you get the distinct feeling that the bear is okay with you.
No, that's not about her safety. This is about respect.
Oh, fair enough.
It's female people.
Yeah.
Well, from a distance, what can I tell with a 21?
From a distance, it looks like slashed into several times. You'd need to get closer to either body to be able to tell by what, but definitely not blunt force and not piercing.
So someone with a sword,
Maybe.
Or an animal. We don't know.
I suppose.
I'm gonna wait for Dudley to finish his dirge.
Sure.
Yeah. When I've done, then I'll bow to the mother bear
Mm-hmm.
and wave Herna forward.
Okay. All right.
I will address the bear. I'm so sorry for your pain.
She kind of like nuzzles in your direction, and then puts her head back down on her arm that she's been laying on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I walk towards the guy strung up in the tree. Do I
Chris-
recognize him?
Yep, it's Waikesha for sure once you get close enough to tell.
That's what I figured.
And Chris, he absolutely was like tortured, and something was done while he was still alive with his insides. There's blood and scratches all over the trees, but these look like deep, long, scary claws that have cut this man and written on his body.
All right, I'm going to use my dagger and cut him down.
Okay.
And once he's down, take a look at the trees. You said there was like writings.
Yeah, there's the same kind of like ritualistic writings. You are familiar with some of them as arcane writings, but the other ones not so much. Let's see. You have. No, I think that was the Bigs when they saw the water temple. So you guys haven't been there yet. So only the arcane symbols are what you feel like you're catching and familiar with.
Am I getting the vibe that this is some sort of ritualistic magic done here, or
Quite.
just torture?
Probably a little bit of both, but definitely on the side of ritualistic magic.
Okay. And this is only about how far away from the grove is this?
From the grove where you turn the tree?
No, I'm sorry. From the where I just drank the water. Like how?
20, 30 feet. I mean, well, 20, 30 feet till the bear, the big bear. Then on
Right.
the other side of very large bear is like another 30 feet. And then little bear, and then 15, 20 feet further is Waikesha. So it's spread decently away, but I would say maybe 75, 80 feet away from where the spring is.
Dudley, mind coming over here?
Yeah, I'll get up.
Okay.
I point out the trees with the writing on them. I look down at his axe. These writings have no place in this good place. These needs to come down. Whatever this is, it's evil.
Yeah, sure. And I will attempt to mutilate the trees.
Cut them down or something.
Yeah, I don't have an axe. So
Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry.
No,
That was
that's
an axe you're using.
Virgil.
Yeah,
Virgil.
Virgil's running the axe.
Yeah, but I will strip him down with my sword, hack it into him.
Sure.
Cool.
Magic weapon. Takes a little while, but break him down. All right.
Let's see here. And then, as far as the body's concerned, I'll use prestidigitation and clean it as best I can.
Okay.
And I will go ahead and ruin my bedroll and wrap the body as best I can.
Okay.
So we need to bring him back. Alith or someone should have a word with him.
I agree. It's a third level spell. We're good.
We're good. Okay, so Provost Amber will be, by the time you guys are cutting bodies and doing trees, will be consoling the bear as best she can. And she seems to be speaking in some other language, which is Sylvan, but not sure how many people have Sylvan. Everybody checks their sheet. Do I have Sylvan?
Nope.
No.
Oh, I do.
Elven?
Apparently.
No, Sylvan.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I do.
There you go. Dudley's all about the Fae, except he turns them down when they offer. All right. So you guys basically hear her consoling the bear, apologizing for the loss of her child, knowing that it's only one of few left, stuff along those lines.
I will ask her, do you think we should build a cairn for the bear?
She looks. It's not the way of the forest. The way of the forest would be to let the bear go. Other creatures will need their share of what the bear is. She knows that. She's just waiting till she feels well enough to leave the body.
Is the bear hurt? The big one?
The big one is not hurt in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but that woman Natalja is involved in this.
In this? Ritualistic killings?
She's involved somehow. It occurred to me, in and out of consciousness, we've been sent on this path to be exalted, whatever that means. Safe to assume there are other powers at work. Perhaps there is an antithesis to us.
Oh.
Perhaps there's others on the same path, but parallel, the other side of what we're doing.
Someone who's trying to poison places of good?
Well,
You have me. Theoretically, there could be anti-me out there. I mean, why else would Aristotle send up here?
Speaking of may I see that spell? I want to compare it to something.
Wait, what would anti-Alagos look like?
I will hand over the book, and as I'm doing it, I will open it up to those end pages, and I will detect evil on them.
Yep. Nothing radiates.
Okay.
When I take a look at it, I want to compare it to what I saw on the tree.
Maybe one symbol matches just by arcane default, Chris, but no.
So necromancy, but other than that, nothing.
Yeah. Again, I would compare it to formulas for you, or just like, a bunch of physics equations right? And that's how you write them in the books. The stuff that's up on the trees is some type of magic, and maybe something overlaps, but it's not the same type.
After I'm done, I'll hand the book back to Dudley with the spell and say, this probably is safer with you. I don't think anyone that knows me back home would think I'd be willing to let someone else guard it. Why don't you hold on to this, keep it secret?
You got it. And then I'll kill everybody else.
Take the spell. Go find the sexy redhead and start my sexual adventures.
Oh, God.
All right. That seems like a safe wrapping point. Other than traveling back to town, you are done with day 4. Sorry we had to kill another named character, but, people gotta die. But Chris didn't. Chris was poisoned for a whole 2 days, even with a bunch of delay poisons.
Like Keisha sacrificed in a tree. Got it.
Yeah.
Poor Carissa, though.
Everybody wants to kill Alagos, but can't blame them.
I did. To be fair, Chris, after our conversation from the week before, I was like, oh, this is gonna be rough. I was like, so you're struggling with the game? How about I poison your ass? No, it was awesome. You guys did really well. It took longer than I thought. You still have a little bit more, but now I'll have to add to the end of that.
Did we miss the dance?
You did not miss the dance.
No.
The dance is tomorrow. Yeah, you'll get back late tonight if you push. And I mean, even if you wait until tomorrow, you'll still get the dance in the evening, which was part of the thing. So either way, you were going to end up with the dance.
Oh, you know who I'm going to dance with? Natalja.
Ooh.
I'm going to walk right up to that hoe and be like, may I have this dance?
I have a very, very sincere question.
Absolutely.
Are we 100% positive that Alagos was actually poisoned and not just super sulking?
He just wanted some bougie water.
In all fairness, they detected poison in the cup, bro.
Yeah, somebody else than me said poison too, right?
Both of the clerics.
Both of the
Okay.
clerics.
I actually have another actual serious question. Do we want to take Alagos back to town? No,
What?
no.
Oh,
Not,
fuck.
not.
Oh.
They can die on the road.
How would that benefit us?
I mean, if
I mean, Algos wouldn't be there, so
somebody
that would make
thinks that you're gone and we buried you in the woods, they might just
Come
start
looking?
ransacking the house. And
That's
we were.
not a horrible idea.
Hmm.
That's actually not a horrible idea.
Well,
That's simple enough.
Set him up with a little cabin in the woods.
I'd like to point out the forest isn't overly safe, leaving Calicos out there by
No,
himself.
I'm not saying we gotta like stay here.
We come back and he's been eaten by Chivas.
But I mean, we could contact Myrna, and Myrna can, she can work. She can throw me in a rope trick for a day.
Mhm.
It's not a horrible idea, actually. I think that's and then see what happens in the next day or two
See-
once we
see
get
what
back
she
to town.
says. If she's like, oh no, oh well, he has something
Well.
of mine. If you could get me that.
Well, but in all fairness, that's not going to prove anything. She says, "Oh, well, he's dead anyway, so I want it."
Yeah.
That's not necessarily going to be like, "Yeah, that means she poisoned me."
Well, I mean, okay, speaking completely out of context, like
Yeah.
if she poisons you and you die, like she just hangs out and waits to buy you. Oh well, those books were actually ours originally. I'd be happy to pay you some money to take those books back, right?
That's
like
what I'm saying. Which we all know. Okay, that means she poisoned me. But in the game, that doesn't mean she poisoned me. It's just
Right.
she wants the
Yeah.
books.
If she breaks in though, and we catch her, theoretically,
Yes,
that's a chance to search her.
So what you want to, there's going to be some sort of announcement saying we've made a decision to leave his belongings in place until we decide what to do with them. And we've locked up the house. I mean, you could be that brazen about it,
Mhm.
kind of advertise. I'm down if you guys want to try it.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would say save this for two reasons. One, I would hate to hear your plan and then have a week to think on it.
Sure.
Think of what you want to do so that I don't over metagame myself, which DMs can be just as guilty of as players.
Mhm.
I'd rather have you surprise me with it, and then I got to think of how she would deal with it right then on the spot, rather than I get a week to think about it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Because again, I've planned out results a couple of ways, and I don't want to taint that with what you
Did you
guys
plan
are.
for Alagos dying?
Technically, no.
Yeah, I don't think his plan was to kill me with this.
No. It was not. And
Well, it was a
technically,
plot device, but what would have happened if we'd just done nothing?
if you
Fuck
did
that guy.
nothing, well, then you would have fucking died.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I expected you to do
Take
something.
him to the healing pool. No,
No.
we're not going.
I
Sorry.
don't think I will.
Hey, Al, good luck,
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah.
That's
Again,
not really delay poison. I'm just casting bless over and over again. That's all it is.
You know, he's kind of a dick. He left us with the mummy. I mean,
yes, I was not expecting you guys to give up on saving Alagos as the only way. But technically, and it won't come into play as much now, but I have a second kill Chris attempt after you've cured him. If you haven't suspected her already, she has
no, we
another way to
absolutely
attempt.
suspect her.
No, I get that now. So I'm not ruining anything by saying I had another way to kill Chris with her one more time after the dance, but I won't need that now.
But I mean, I just wanted to gloat, which hence why I wanted to
No,
dance.
I think that was fantastic.
But,
I didn't even consider that as an option of when you were cured, you come up to her. I was assuming I'll have to approach you again, but that like the first thing I was like, oh God, what would she do? Right? Like I don't know. So that's why I'm saying like you guys should definitely chat about it with me, not in the chat boxes, and present next week so that we can absolutely have something interesting roll out. I think that's amazing.
Cool.
All right. Sorry there were no combats. We may be able to slip combats in for next session, assuming you can get through the last 2 days without it dragging out the entire 4 hours. The drinking
what?
games.
We're not going to get to fight. What's her face?
I don't know.
Not yet.
Originally, it's not like she's an Uber boss where you're like, oh, you got me. Now you have to fight me. She's going to be like, oh, I'm under arrest or something, right? Like she's in a town of you guys. I don't know how that was going to play out. I didn't expect combat, though. She wasn't going to be like, draw your swords!
I didn't know Durst was evil. I'm mad about that.
Why?
Nobody checked.
Evil's not bad. Just
Alagos
because you're a
is
bad
evil?
guy doesn't mean you're a bad guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
but she's a cleric. I mean,
Durst is evil, and he's bodyguarding the goodest of good. I mean, what does that mean, right? Like Chris's point is a really good point. You don't have to be
Just means that he's under her spell like all of you. I know the bad girl. I know who she worships. It's the darkness.
Oh my gosh.
She threatened you first thing. You are gonna get sick.
It's her fault. It's all her fault. She poisoned him.
She's behind it.
She's behind it. I love it.
But did we ding though?
Yes, absolutely done.
Oh, hell yeah. All right. Let's do that then.
Lots of role playing love there. You guys did great tonight. Honestly, it was a good
That's
session.
Fun session.
Yeah, I am sorry about the parts where you had to split up, which meant you were sitting for a little while watching other people, but I tried to spread that out. Dudley, I'm really sorry that you picked the one group that didn't show. And when I was writing, they were supposed to show originally, but your last session told them that the Exalted were at the Water Temple, and so I was like, well, I can't not have them go seek out the, like, you mean our gods are at the Water Temple? Let us go to the Water Temple. So,
No one to blame but ourselves.
yeah, it changed the course itself. So it's like, oh, well, I guess I can't fix that. But good times. That
That's
because that was
sexy.
also a direction I was not planning on. So
Oh.
I'll keep the 5.
sure.
I'll add my +9 role playing bonus to that, so that's 14.
Nice.
Damn it. I'm gonna have to write a journal because I think I had 1 because I never ended up using the other one, but I only had 2 going into this session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll use the other one. Well, why the fuck not? 5 is fine. I'll take 5.
All right. Shady out of rerolls.
Out of rerolls. It would behoove me to at some point take toughness, but another day.
At some point. Since you're giving away hit points like they were candy.
Well, but each turn I'm
Alright.
only giving away 4
Mhm.
because as long as I don't have to move.
Mm-hmm. That'll
Which
never
is
come
why
up.
which is why I can't be running to you people to give you your shields of faith because I have to stay still.
Stand absolutely still. Healing's over here. Right here. Healing's not out there.
At some point there will be a path of glory and
Oh,
it'll just be great.
love
I'll just
that.
lay that
Love
down.
that spell. That is such a good spell. I'm glad we've put it into the process. I felt like it was never going to make it into the real world.
Mystic Third you.
All right.
But this is fun.
Back to your bar setting. Mark, a reminder note, somewhere along the ride home, you realize you did not share with Princess Brill the sighting of the light from the temple. You told her where it was, but you didn't get to watch it with her that night.
Yep. Okay.
You're like, missed opportunity, right?
Alright, so spells per day. That's going to be.
Look at that neat new ability that I just linked.
Scout's Charge. Also, I think Mark was stupid lucky as he gets yet another magic item as a reward. You rolled really well on that.
Nice. Spells.
No, that's not bad. That's pretty good.
Pretty cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jess, can you go ahead and give me 2 more NPC sheets so I can do my summon monsters for level 2?
Sure. You need them now, or you want me to just drop them in tomorrow?
That's fine. Just sometime this week.
Yep, absolutely. I'll shoot you an email when they're in, or a text. Let's see. All right.
Oh.
Oh.
Ability score increase.
Yep.
I almost forgot.
Don't forget, it's super important.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to stop the
It's gonna
stream.
get sexy.
So have a good night, everybody, and we will catch you next time.